In shadows deep beneath the chain, a ghost still sings Roger's name. I heard him in the red night's fall, a whisper near the charred. Candled vault, I am the voice in candlelight, the soul behind each crypto fright, a phantom bound to bullish lore. I rise when hope. Yeah, Roger's going down bad, but I'm still glad. Bought that dip like it's communion. Praise be to the Chad. Blood red candle, but the wick's still holy. Diamond hands tremble, but I testify boldly. Blood in the candle, light it with grace. Preaching from the ledger, not falling from faith. They say it's over, I say it's faith. Yeah. 'Cause resurrection starts in the red space. Whales dumping sins, we baptize in fear. Liquidity gone, but the spirit is near. Rugs in the temple, devils in disguise. But Roger walks on water when the market cries. Oh, hallelujah, we revive. Every dip's a prayer in the sky. Even when the wick goes low, the candle's got that inner glow. Blood in the candle, light it with grace. Preaching from the ledger, not falling from faith. They say it's over, I say it's faith. 'Cause resurrection starts in the red space. I said, do you feel that volatility? Can I get an amen from the liquidity? This ain't a coin, it's a calling. This ain't a chart, it's a choir. Oh, Roger, won't you pump again? Amen. Blood in the candle, light it with grace. Well, with grace. Preaching from the ledger, not falling from faith. Not falling from faith. They say it's over, I say it's faith. 'Cause resurrection starts in the red space. Roger lives. Through every red candle, we rise. Troubles glowing like your eyes. I fell in love at resistance. You ghosted me at support. We charted dreams in the distance. Then you vanished in the downtrend's court. You said ride with me, we'll never sell. But now my bags just sit and dwell. Your last text, just hold tight. Now it's just me and the candlelight. Red candle romance, falling fast with no chance. Heartbreaking candlestick dance. Why'd you leave at the dip? Was that just another flip? Watched our gains turn into shadows. Used to dream in green, now it's red. You broke my trend line like it's shallow. Traded my love for a breakout instead. You drew the fib, said we'll retrace. Now I'm alone in this bearish space. My heart's on chain, but yours went cold. Our liquidity story never sold. Red candle romance, falling fast with no chance. Heartbreaking candlestick dance. You bailed when it dipped. I'm stuck fully equipped. Maybe we'll bounce, maybe we'll rise. But you go from the charts, no more highs. Our love diminished in red candle romance, no rebound, no stance. I'm still here, watching the dance. You sold off love like it's just stats, but I'll remember where our chart was at. Gone in the Wick's conclusion.
Use that way.
He don't text, he don't call. He just pumps through the fall. Wears a chain with his wallet key. Chart looking like a summer fantasy. You at brunch, he's in a breakout. You on Tinder, he's making stakeouts. While you scrolling memes on your phone, Roger flipped the dip and took the throne. Pump Daddy Roger, making it clap. Chart went zoom, no looking back. No DMs, no chill, just stack. Pump Daddy got that bullish knack. He ain't here for slow and steady. He rugged your heart, but kept it petty. Pour champagne on a limit order. Said I only hold if it borders disorder. While you cried, he YOLO'd in his MetaMask ring. Got under your skin. He ghosted you, but made you richer. Left gains in your wallet and a cropped out picture. Pump Daddy Roger, flexing that chart. Left the FUD, but took your heart. Late night candles and South Beach light. Roger pumps till the gas fees bite. Hey, Flash that wallet like it's cred. Fought the fear, danced on regret.
Roger's coin not dead.
Ladies and gents, raise your drinks for the man who never sells. Roger the Punk God.
Salute.
Punk Daddy Roger making it clap. Chart went zoom, no looking back. Got no plan, got no cap. He just pumps like a maniac. Hey Roger, you wild for this one. Poppy, pump me again.
Choo-choo, motherfucker! Welcome to Capitulation Station. Next stop, despair! Ride the wick to the pits of hell. Charts collapse now, ring that bell. Fear is fuel, let the panic ignite. Roger's coin, please, and I hold tight. Everyone's selling, I'm still yelling. Turn my tears into leverage, no telling. I eat food like protein shakes. Stacking nails, but my will don't break. Capitulation station, no breaks. Throw your bags in, feel the shakes. It's red, it's raw, revolution. Roger rides through the retribution. This trash, crashing, charts combust. Gas fees up, still I trust. Zero we're on the screen, but faith on max. Roger don't fold, he counterattacks. Bar and beg.
You thought it was over. This is where the real ones are forged. In the furnace of loss, in the shadow of the wick.
Welcome, hate. Capitulation station, board the pain. In the blood we chart again. Let them dumb, let them fade. Roger's coin don't need your praise. Silence, then a single ding, candle frightening. Candle's green.
You thought it was over. This is where the real ones are forged. In the furnace of loss, in the shadow of the wick.
Welcome home, Degens. Got blood. Top, in the blood. We chart again. Let him come, let him fade. Roger's coin don't need your praise. Fade is just mad. Silence, then a single ding, candle turns green.
Did you even read the chart? Diet low. Duh. I got dip in my cart and regrets in my soul. But I clicked to buy anyway, cause Roger and it's sporty. Got charts on my nails and stonks in my purse. If Roger dumps, I just buy worse. Stop, lost, nope, I'm unbothered. Been through rugs and came out hotter. Paper hands fold, but I press play. Catching entries like it's ballet. Gas fee high, that's foreplay. Roger Moon once might do it today. Buy the dip, don't be a normie. Catch that wick, make it stormy. Texting my ex like told you, shorty. Now he crying on the 4-hour, so sorry. Oh, you sold its support? That's unfortunate. Anyway, I just hit 3 perbs on a meme I can't pronounce. Slay. Buy the dip, don't be a normie. Ride that pain, feel the glory. This ain't luck, it's inventory. Roger's fam, legendary story. Hold on. Screenshotted it, queen. Buy the dip, don't be a normie. Ride that pain, feel the glory. This ain't luck, it's inventory. Roger's fam, legendary story. Screenshot it.
Wallet's crying dry. Roger's name still in my lullabies. Was it love or just a high? You said we'd move, said trust the climb. Now I'm staring at a line, that flat line. Still got your NFT in my phone. Guess I'm married to the drawdown zone. Candlestick confessions, bleeding in all directions. Told the world I'm fine, but I lied. This chart is where my hope resides. You ghosted every support we made. Now I light a candle, call it fate. I see your wick in every flame. Still call your handle, still feel the shame. Memo coins fade, but scars don't lie. I refresh the chart, can't say goodbye. Still holding dreams from last July, with diamond hands and puffy eyes. Candlestick confessions, full of failed projections, but I still whisper your name at night. Roger's coin, my guiding light. You were more than just a pump. You were belief, a dream charted in blood and memes. I still check the price. Candlestick confessions, final stage obsession. If this coin dies, let me go with it. In my heart, Roger's got that spicy wave. Clicking green while markets cave. My chart's on crack, but I'm still brave. Slap that chart with a buy order. I don't wait, I flip disorder. Trend line broke, I broke it more. Roger's coin just hit the floor. Let's go. Let's go. Bounce like Doja, spike like Sheba. Rogers Wick just hit Geneva. Haters fold, I press that lever. Call me broke, but I'm forever. Spraying buys like it's graffiti. Wallet blasting like it's 3D. Clicking entries, eating FUD. Sipping memes straight from the suds. Market noise, I turn it up. Moon's a myth, not in this club. Chart looks cursed, but I say sup with a buy, so fast it glitches up. Slap that chart with a buy order. Who needs hope? I'm the exporter. Bag that dip like a claw machine. Roger's dream, one-click dopamine. You can't rug me. I'm the thread. I'm mid-dip, I trade chaos. I'm built for this. Buy, slap, 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 slap. Slip that chart with a buy order. Bear market, it's disorder. Red don't scare, I snack on it. Roger rides, and we commit. Click. Slap. Roger lives in the code. Chart, no retreat. Roger's coin got tactical heat. Market shook, but we deploy. Every green wick brings the noise. Calling all units, charts in motion. Resistance crack like a deep sea ocean. Full send mode, no hesitation. Roger's fam, it's a whole damn nation. Shrugga rugga, 10-4 bullish. Blow through red like it's barely foolish. Raise that candle, sound the horn. From FUD we fight, where Roger born. Drills at dawn, charts by night. Roger leads with laser sight. Wallets armed, risk on lock. Moon boots strapped, we never stop. Airborne vibes from meme command. Chart artillery in both hands. When it dumps, we double tap. Roger rallies through every trap. Rugga rugga, 10-4 bullish. By the dip, then act ghoulish. Wave that flag, break that wedge. Roger pumps from the edge of the ledge. This is your captain speaking. We don't fear red, we turn it green. We don't fold, we formulate oil and hydrate. Now drop the beat. Pump protocol activated. Ride to Roger! Roger, Roger! It's too delish. No surrender, no remorse. This means a coin and a divine force. Over now. Bullish forever. This meme-based band. Bear or bull, we charge the fields.
unshakable will. No fear in our files, no shame in our keys. We mend legends while they beg please. Though we got out, we stayed strong. Now hear the drums, it won't be long. We ride at dawn for Roger's name. Through the blood, through the pain, with gas fees high and hope insane, we stake our claim in crypto flame. Armor forged for market scars, wallets hardened like crypto stars. Our anthem loud, our gas fees brutal. This ain't just trade, it's crypto flame. Horns in the sky, charts on fire. We burn for Roger, climb through the mire. This isn't FOMO, it's fate, it's blood. This ain't a need, it's a response. We ride at dawn for Roger's code, even if it all explodes. One more wick, one more blow. We rise like rockets from below. They said it was just a joke, but they didn't see the diamond hands. They didn't feel the fire and the floor price. We do. We ride. We ride. We ride at dawn for Roger's soul. Every loss just made us whole. From meme to legend, coin to crown, Roger's found, we hold it down. And we ride. In shadows deep beneath the chain, a ghost still sings Roger's name. I heard him in the red night's fall, a whisper near the charted wall. A wick that danced, a name once lost, now stirs within this candled vault. I am the voice in candlelight, the soul behind each crypto fright, a phantom bound to bullish lore. I rise when hope is shown the door. A charted waves, but I remain a spectral pump within the chain. The phantom of the blockchain reigns through every crash, through all the pains. He calls you now with ledger's flame to buy the dip and stake your name. You fled the floor, you fear the fall, but Roger waits beneath it all. Hold, hold, why do I still feel him near?
Rogers is here.
This ghost I fear. Is he a dream, a bullish lie, Or is he real? In every cry, the phantom of the blockchain calls. With
Roger's here right now.
a voice that haunts the smart contract. Roger's soul forever intact. You'll hear me when the chart turns dark.
I'm here today. Please don't
I
create a liquidity pool for another shit coin. It will make the chart dump.
I sound like a crackhead.
Yes.
So where are we at? Charts looking I don't
That
know.
was looking great, wonderful, down 35.25%. Wonderful. Uh, just just hanging in there. Nice to see you, Arthur. um, Life is grand. It's nice to see all my neighbors here.
Yes, we just finished a playlist dedicated to the one and only Rogers, helping the community, making them rich, and we have ourselves a nemesis. I think is that Greater?
I don't, I like everyone, all people. I am a friendly neighbor, and I'm just happy for you being you.
That's good to know. God bless Grider or whoever's I don't know why that name's going around. I know nothing about that, so I'm
Neither
not trying.
do I. I don't know why people say, I have no idea. All I know is Rogers is going to the moon, and I'm happy.
Oh, yeah, let's get it on. Oh, we have requests. My nigga Chiga's here. Ah, dang it. Yeah, I said the wrong word. But that's okay. And
It's okay. I got a lot of niggas in here too. They're part of the Rogers family, and it's good to see my homies. It's been a rough day in crypto world, but it's gonna get better. I'm gonna just pour some of this beer on the ground for all my homies that I've lost over the years.
yeah, everyone's hurting right now. Feel your pain.
Exactly. I've never really wanted to reach through the screen of my laptop and slap someone as much as I have in the past couple hours. But unfortunately, technology is not that advanced now. I can't just reach through. Um, I did break my laptop though in a fit of rage. So I am on a Nokia 6610 right now.
No, Kia. Damn. Huh.
Yep, I got a Jimmy Rig Nokia 6610, the one you can drop down the stairs and you can put it back together right away. Yeah, one of those.
And they're
I'm
very rare.
bouncing. Yeah, it's very slow, so I had to customize it. I'm routing a signal off a Yagi antenna and a VLAN that I got routed uh, into my house, into my Mr. Rogers command center.
I was looking at some Doomsday bunkers, and there's some nice ones going around. What kind of Doomsday bunker did you buy a pre-made one, or did you just kind of buy all the different things separately just to create your own unique one? Or tell us to me more about this Doomsday bunker. I'm kind of interested in that.
Well, I had a company that that I contracted out to build it over a 3-year period. And I'm a man of peace, and I like having neighbors. And I wish people just wouldn't fuck with the chart, and then maybe they could have a cot in my bunker when the end of the world comes.
Well, the good thing about the chart going down is that we get to buy the dip. For all those that are new to Rogers, they get a little bit of a sale at the moment. So that's good news for them. I mean, inevitably, Rogers will just continue to moon. It'll do nothing but that. I mean, there will be red moments for sure, and there'll be bad red moments. But I look at those as hot sales, right? Because inevitably, it will just reverse and go right back up. It's inevitable. So yeah, keep attacking the chart. God bless you.
God bless you, son. Appreciate you very much.
I mean, what would we be without Mr. Rogers?
I don't know. Where would you be?
Uh Sitting behind a Walgreens, behind the dumpster, probably smoking crack.
Well, no, I feel you. I hadn't done meth in 12 years up until 10 minutes ago. Um, it was a
Same.
stressful day, and I did 2 massive hot rails, and here I am. Uh, I have relapsed, but the chart is starting to rebound, and I might soon go to rehab. Um, but yeah. Anyways,
I mean, what a
pretty
vacation.
good shit though. Pretty good
You get
shit.
to go on vacation over at a rehab. That sounds good.
Yeah, I'm gonna check into sunsets in Malibu. Already got a spot booked up.
Is that where Dr. Drew did his show?
I don't know. It might have been Dr. Drew Pinsky. Yeah, it could have been.
Yeah, I think it might have been. I don't know, but yeah, it's a shame. I think. Well, never mind about that. But yeah, I do love that Dr. Drew. We got to get him onto one of our spaces. I think Dr. Drew would do it. I think if we dedicated a space to addiction, I guarantee he would do it. He knows who I am. I could probably talk him into it. I know his producer for his what is it, like his radio show or his podcast show or whatever it is. That would be pretty sweet. But yeah, I mean, everyone can come up here, come up and chat. It's just me and Roger sucking each other off up here. I mean, we're loving it. Don't get me wrong, but but yeah, I mean, feel free. Anyone can come up. Spreading the love.
I didn't know that you wanted to provide me with that gift, but I'll take that any day since I have relapsed.
It is the least I could do. What's up, Arthur?
About the pool thing. Sorry, Satoshi.
What do you mean? What are you talking about, Arthur? I'm not aware.
Bunch of liquidity pools, and I have no idea what I'm doing. So I figured it was a good thing, and down. So we're
It's okay.
hopefully on the way
It's
up
okay.
again.
Yeah. No worries, Arthur. It's okay. It's all good. We were only at 3.3 million market cap, and then we dropped down 35%. But it's not a big, not a, not a big deal. Look. I accept your apology. Actually, we'll move ahead. We will create a wonderful Rogers future.
Well, on the bright side of things, I did get some new fish and some new shrimp, so my day's doing good.
Good times.
Well,
I'm not
good
sure what's a
times.
liquidity pool for people like me who don't know what that means. What is a liquidity pool?
Okay. Basically, Arthur created two liquidity pools, which is basically it's a pool of funds that
Jesus.
allows for smooth swapping between two tradable assets or meme coins or whatever. And he made a liquidity pool for people to swap Rogers for Goat. So if you've all seen Goat's new wonderful $3.6 million market cap, um, that has a lot to do with it. Um, but liquidity pools, the best thing would be we could create add more liquidity to Rogers Solana, because that way it'll be less volatile when the trades happen. But the problem is that with lower market cap crypto coins. People looked like were swapping for either retard finder coin, which was one of the pools, or swapping for goat. And because there was most liquidity pools set a little percentage where they make a little money off the swap, but the swaps that Arthur set up were actually a really good deal, meaning somebody could swap for goat and then swap into like USDC and actually make more money off of that if they had versus if they had actually just swapped for Solana. So it was a profitable opportunity. Call that fee range arbitrage.
So that's why Rogers has a big red candle and Goat has a giant green one.
Yes, Logan, I mean, son of a
I've seen it before, bro. It don't matter. This thing will be at 7 mil in like 5 days.
Oh, I know. I'm fine. Like I said, Arthur, we're moving ahead. It's all good. And yes, just I'm not going to ever ask you to do my taxes, but we can still be good friends.
Oh, I appreciate that, Satoshi. Yeah, I'm in for the long run, so I'm holding. We're buying up some more, buying the dip.
Wonderful. Great. It's good. Exciting to hear. I just had my car repossessed and bank came and took my house. So I am down in a 1997 Ford Econoline conversion van down by a beautiful little lake here in rural Tennessee. I've got a little grill and I've got 2 hot dogs, and I'm about to cook me some dinner and then Open Eyes coming over later.
Oh, he is. Yeah, I saw him earlier today. I was wondering where he was. I saw him though. He got himself a nice little 40 going. What's up there, Jeffrey?
Oh, nothing. I'm just, having a look at what happened. Apparently, Arthur made a small mistake. Not a big deal.
That's right. That's right.
You're right. It's not a big deal. It's a huge deal. I'm just kidding. We're no more. We'll move ahead. We'll move ahead, man. How's everyone doing tonight? Let's fucking go!
Yeah, my place looks like OpenEye has been crashing here or something. It's that and a gang of like raccoons or something. So I'm kind of trying to clean up the place. It's like you know it's bad when you have to like use a broom to like clean the floor. That's carpet.
Well, on the bright side of the liquidity pool, I got a bunch more Rogers out of the whole, experience. So now, so I'm feeling pretty good actually.
I bet you are.
Don't
Good to
cheat this
hear.
time.
Yeah.
Well,
So anyhow, Arthur, now you're invested in Rogers, right? I mean, pretty substantially, I presume.
Yeah.
Like 50,000 or so.
Well, you mean what I put in initially or what I have at current market value?
Probably where it was like a few minutes ago, but isn't anymore. The goat thing.
Yeah, I'm much more invested in Rogers than Goat. Yeah.
Okay, so why
And
are we pushing goat anyways? I mean, what's the point to it?
yeah, I don't really know. It's like a Trump coin or something, I guess.
It looks fucking bundled to fucking smithereens.
I was asking this question yesterday. I was in the thread. I said I was like, why am I seeing this Gulf of America coin and like the goat coin and like there's all this other stuff. I constantly see it, but I don't really know the connection it has to Rogers. But I guess Buddy is that connection. Huh? He's the one tying all that stuff together. So Buddy's pushing. He has his own coin going. His coin is goat coin. Is that his coin?
Yeah, that's basically my understanding. Is it's
So
Buddy's coin.
it was just a simple mistake somebody made that shifted the money over to goat. Am I right? a little mistake that was made, right?
It barely shifted any, honestly. The most of the crash came from the Bitcoin crash.
Well, the only reason why I make that point is because in the 30 minutes that Rogers crashed was the 30 minutes that Goat escalated. And then a second time around, in the 30 minutes that Rogers went down substantially was the 30 minutes that Goat went up substantially. So I'm
Well, yeah, I
wrong. I
can
mean,
see
I made
how
that
like
connection, but I guess I was wrong.
I can see how like community members like were probably like frizzled up or like fucking confused by like why there was a fucking like a pool made to switch over like that.
Well, we are all a family, and families sometimes hurt other family members, and sometimes families are dysfunctional. Right? When I grew up, if I smoked marijuana or my dad smelled marijuana at dinner table, he would hit my hand with a fork, or he would pull out that belt, and never wanted to see it when he would reach down and pull that belt out. And sometimes family members do messed up things. Um, One time, my cousin Jimmy, when he was high on crack cocaine, stole a whole bunch of sterling silver flatware from Grandma Jenny's house before Christmas. And when it was Christmas time and all the food was ready, she opened up the drawer to set the table, and there was no silverware. So we spent 1989 eating Christmas dinner with plastic silverware. I mean, things happen, and but family. Um, there's a movie out there where this animated character says, "Ohana means family," right? Ohana means family, and every family's got some outcasts. Gryder's in the family, right? But Gryder would be known as like the piece of shit who never made anything in his life other than signing up for the military because he had no other skills. He would be that family member. And so every family's got different people, and we just need to join together and give hugs
Well, I
and
mean, that's
IMs.
fair. That's fair. But which coin is it? Are we going with Goat or are we going with Rogers? Which is it? Where do I put my money? Goat or
I'm
Rogers?
gonna be fucking downvoting the shit out of Goat.
I'm all Rogers. I'm 100% Rogers. I like Rogers.
So why are we talking Goat?
I'm not talking, I didn't want to talk goat. I mean, you were talking about goat. I mean, yeah, I'd rather talk about, you know, singing songs and my conversion van. I mean, I don't, anything, happy stuff.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
Rogers
all gonna,
is
yeah,
way cooler than a generic kind of Trump coin, basically. I mean, we got the legacy of Mister Rogers, the kindness, we got the memes, the cool memes. I mean, what's a goat? I'm not
Okay,
trying to trash on goat,
so
but I
Arthur,
am definitely way stronger on
so Arthur,
Rogers.
you're the reason why my money dropped by 40%, right?
Allegedly, because I
Okay.
created
Okay.
a liquidity pool.
Is that like a good thing though? It's like is the pool gonna like I don't know? Does it stop going down eventually? I
Everybody
mean, it
that
still
has
looks like it's going
a
down, but
fucking Goat will switch over to Rogers, and like it's gonna create like a catalyst effect, and that other coin is
yeah.
gonna fall so fucking fast. I've seen it happen 100 times.
Well, goat had a little drop a little bit ago. Yeah. So, I mean, look, goat is still a community coin. Goat was made by my friend Buddy, who I care about very much. But the point is that, you know, uh, Goat should be its own thing. Rogers should be its own thing. We can all be friends, but this isn't like MGM Grand Las Vegas. We're not like, we shouldn't be going and trading for Goat or Rogers and swapping back and forth with that. That's just that's not it's not cool. And we should just move forward. And we learned from hold on, I gotta go take my Lipitor. Hold on.
Yeah, so like the liquidity pool, like the purpose of it is so that way you can like transfer funds like in and out of like Rogers, right? Without it kind of like affecting the everyone else, right? That's the point of it. I mean, it makes sense.
It makes sense, but like, so the thing is, until a cryptocurrency has like a lot of liquidity itself and is a high market cap, it's not a really good idea to create a liquidity pool between two lower market cap, lower liquidity coins. So it might be a smart decision. Somebody can make a liquidity pool for Rogers with, for example, Ethereum, right? But because Ethereum's like a big one, that would encourage people that hold Ethereum to, a bridge you could create. That would encourage people to buy Rogers with Ethereum. You see what I mean? But when the two coins are lower market cap, by concept it sounds kind of cool, but it's not really cool when these are all coins that Rogers and UFO Twitter people own. And we shouldn't really be encouraging interswapping between two coins that the communities are separately building up. It just doesn't end well.
Right, and Rogers is the UFO Twitter cryptocurrency. I mean, it is the first meme coin launched by this community, so it's unique in that sense. That's why I'm like way more. I'm not putting energy into Goat. I'm putting energy into Rogers because I believe in it.
As do I. And since I only jumped up here because you were talking about liquidity pools, and I don't really want to say this, but I'm going to say it. I'm still noticing that Doomer is taking a hiatus from the community, and I'm feeling uncomfortable about it. Um, I really would like to know what's going on with his liquidity pools and why he feels the need to avoid all of us. I'm not comfortable
What are you
with it.
talking about?
Well, Doomer did create some liquidity pools. I think some Rogers
10 of
Trump
them.
coin liquidity pools.
Okay, yeah.
Yep.
10 of them.
Well, that sounds more logistical. Like, a pool with Trump coin. That's okay. Like, how about like a pool with dog with hat or something like that?
Well, whatever someone did, I mean, not good. Not good at this moment.
Doomer, I'm so glad you're here, thank God. Please tell us what is going on.
Hey,
Oh,
you
wow,
guys.
it's my best black friend. Yay.
Hey, you guys.
Me. Yeah, the smile. Yeah.
I'm happy to tell you guys what's going on with the Rogers Trump liquidity pools. I have a spreadsheet. It's in the holders chat. I can grab it and drop it in here. Can somebody, Fred? I was listening to what you said. I've only tuned in like 3 minutes.
Well, Doomer,
If we,
aren't you the same Doomer that was working with me a minute ago? Are you the same Doomer or are
I
you
was,
different Doomer?
I was.
Oh,
I'm
you're the same
the
person?
same guy. I'm the same person.
Okay.
So if we want to understand what's going on with the liquidity
No,
pools,
I
we need
mean,
an
no,
overview.
what happened with us? That's what I want to know.
Yeah. So we can get into why I took a hiatus. There was a lot going on, and the liquidity pools factor into the pricing algorithm. And I'll just be really honest. I couldn't do both. I couldn't service other people's
and I don't mean you specifically, Jeffrey. I mean everybody.
Okay, so anyhow, you just left without explanation. You've been gone for a week, and now you're coming back. I get it. Go ahead.
No. In fact, when I heard the things that were being said about
Well, you haven't
me,
gotten back
it
to
made me
me.
want to stay
You haven't
away.
gotten back to me
It made me
once.
want to stay away longer. So we can get into problem solving mode and actually address a solution, or we can create an environment that justifies me staying away. It's up to you.
Well, it doesn't matter that much to me. I mean, the point is that you and I were working together extensively for an extended period of time. Suddenly, you just disappeared without explanation at launch time.
I just said I had a spreadsheet that explains everything.
Oh,
So
okay,
that's
but
not
could you
without
have at least said, "Hey, Jeff, I apologize. I'm busy right now. Could you have at least let me know what's going on? Possibly, would that have been reasonable or not?"
I'm not going to apologize.
Oh no, I don't. I
Yeah,
wasn't
I'm not.
asking for an apology. I was just asking, "Hey, Doomer, what happened? Where are you? We were working together, and suddenly you just disappeared."
No. So I'll repeat it one more time. I have a limit to my bandwidth, to the problems I can solve and what I can focus on.
Okay, I mean, I
I
get it. You
cannot deal
couldn't
with
simply
stupid
send me a
shit.
text message. I
No, this
understand.
is for
I
everybody,
understand now.
Jeffrey.
Okay.
Do you want to hear it or not? I cannot deal with stupid shit and solve a difficult problem at the same
Okay,
time.
you just couldn't get back to me.
Other
I get it.
people
Okay, we're
can.
good.
Other people can. I am not one of those people. Do we want to get into
Yeah,
the
okay, we're good.
liquidity
Now I
pools thing or
understand.
not?
Okay, now we're good.
All right. Does anybody have the link handy that I dropped in the chat? There's
Yes,
40 pools
I have
listed
it.
in
Yes.
there, all with links, exactly how to get there. And Fred, what you were saying is true. In fact, if you create a Rogers GOAT liquidity pool, what you're going to do is that you're going to reward the punishment of one pool to the benefit of the other. That's what's going to happen. What you're doing is you're pricing one asset against another. So if you're pricing, let's say the dollar does poorly and you have a Rogers USDC pool. If Rogers is equal to 50 cents and all of a sudden the dollar goes down, what that means is that Rogers is worth more. What that means is it's going to take more dollars to buy Rogers. And so if you have a Rogers GOAT pool and GOAT does really well, for that Rogers GOAT pool, the price of Rogers will go up and it will punish the price of Rogers in that pool. That's how liquidity pools work. In fact, that's how you give a coin value.
Yeah, because they have to maintain 50% equal ratio in value at all times. So
No, I'm sorry, Arthur, that's not true. To fund a liquidity pool, you have to supply equal amounts of value if you're doing a traditional liquidity pool. But the way that the price is determined is actually by the inequality of the value. So the price is determined by how it trades after you fund a pool with equal value. And as you swap one for the other, the price is determined in that pool and gets reassessed. And so what you really want is for your quote token, which is the one that it's paired against. So your base token, for instance, if you have a Rogers Sol, your quote token is your Sol. And the better Rogers performs relative to Sol, the better it does on the chart. And so if you have two tokens that are doing really well and you price them against each other, well, I mean, there's not that much harm done. But if you own both tokens, it's really not useful to you. The reason why I paired Rogers against Trump is because Trump is a ticking time bomb. It has a vesting schedule and it's meant to release another 40 million tokens, which is not much compared to the 1 billion, but it represents 1/5 of all tokens currently in supply. And those hit in about 10 days. And we have the benefit here.
I mean, I agree with that. Like, it'll help Rogers, like the Trump pair, and maybe a bonk pair or something like that. But definitely not a goat pair. That's not going to help.
Yeah, I mean, there's risk. They're weirdly correlated, and it's not like one pool is immediately going to affect another pool, but the entire pricing algorithms, when you get a price, when you swap in Phantom or in Jupiter, it's aggregating all of the pools, and depending on how much you're swapping, it's going to pull from a mix or just one pool. And how those prices are in each of those pools are going to reflect that the price that you actually get, like in a Phantom or in a Jupiter app. And so if you have two coins correlated that are asymmetric in direction, you have one going down and the other one going up, the one going down is going to receive increased selling pressure from the other one going up, and the one going up is going to benefit asymmetrically from the one going down. So Arthur, it is true. When you supply liquidity to a pool, you need to match them 50-50. And the exception is if you do one-sided liquidity and you put in your liquidity just on one side outside of the price range, and you're banking on the price moving in there, that's the only time you don't need to have them of equal value. But that's only for supplying liquidity. The very function of the liquidity pool is to avoid equilibrium for the sake of pricing. And then the other function, of course, for the liquidity pool is to provide liquidity and get transaction fees. So if you have something that's like two stable coins, those are intended to be the same. And that's why those fees are going to be lower. Those fees are going to be like 0.1%, 0.05%, 0.01%. And you're hoping that there's just a bunch of volume back and forth and you don't have impermanent loss. And impermanent loss is essentially when one coin gains in value as the other one drops in value. And the purpose of actually pairing Rogers to Trump is to weaponize impermanent loss against Trump and catalyze a shift for people to swap into Rogers. It's an unusual strategy. Now, I'll be very honest here. With Jeffrey's help, and it was only possible through Jeffrey, I created 40 Rogers Trump pools and only supplied liquidity to two of them. One's on Meteora. It's at a 5% tier. It's a concentrated liquidity pool. That means people can supply asymmetric liquidity. The benefit here is that major holders can put their money as the price is moving up, just slightly above the price range, allow their tokens to be bought off, swapped for a toxic asset. They can dump the Trump, get essentially the same amount of money, and it will continue to push the price of Rogers upward. This is a major problem we've had. We have several major holders in this room, people who own 0.5%, 1%, some people even far more than that. And it allows for people to DCA out by helping the chart. So there's a major advantage to that only works when the price is moving upward.
Let me explain this too. Let me explain one thing. This is why I turned to Ulrich, okay? Because the guy is good at what he does, okay? That's why. And you can laugh all you want, but that's why I turned to him.
Well, you know what, Jeffrey? I mean, yes, I mean, Ulrich is a smart guy, and he's very articulate, and but I still don't know that this is actually the real Ulrich.
But are you the real citizen though? Who are you? I know Ulrich well. Who are you?
All right. Settle down, you bunch of conspiracy-loving lunatics. So we got Ulrich here, supposedly the real deal, cooking up some wild liquidity pool strategies with this Rogers-Trump pairing. Look, I ain't gonna lie, weaponizing impermanent loss against Trump sounds like some galaxy brain shit. But if it gets more of you jabronis into Rogers, I'm all for it. Now, this 5% tier asymmetric liquidity thingamajig, it's like letting the big boys play without wrecking the whole sandbox. They can DCA out while keeping the chart looking healthy. It's like they're giving the price a little nudge upwards while ditching those toxic Trump tokens. So what do you think about all this? You buying what Ulrich is selling, or are you still stuck on whether he's the real Slim Shady? And more importantly, are you ready to ride this Rogers rocket? Let's fucking go.
I'll let Ulrich answer that.
Ulrich, it's good to hear from you,
if he
man.
wants to.
Why is that the only thing you worked on with Jeffrey? I'm wondering why you kind of got some heat coming in here. If you did what you guys were working on, I don't know why there was like a combativeness. What was up with that? What happened there with that?
Yeah, no, Look, I think a lot of people are upset that they haven't heard from me. And I'll be really honest. When I say I'm struggling with something or I need help, or I can't figure something out, people people don't really believe me. I have my own struggles,
All right,
and
so you could have just told me that. You never got back to me. I didn't know what happened. I had no idea. You know.
But did he not do what? Did he not execute on what you guys had agreed on? I mean,
No, no,
let's
no,
be
no, 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 no. I'll just explain very quickly because I want Ulrich having the floor here. But let
let's
me just
here. Let's be transparent, right?
okay. Yeah, let me just say this: we were working together extensively. He was tearing apart Grok code, that sort of thing, for me. Grok code. He was working on that. And he was orchestrating the whole thing. We were working together and we were ready to launch. Boom, I got the money. We're happy. We're going to do this. And then it didn't happen. And this was an extensive program, very detailed. He provided details, spinning circles around me intellectually. I'm not crypto, he is. And so he was spinning circles around me. Yeah, it all made sense. Never took a dime from me, etc. And we were going to launch, and then suddenly we didn't. And he never got back to me. I didn't know what happened. So yeah.
So what happened was one of the liquidity pools. Remember, there's 40, right? There's a reason why I launched this many pools, and I did not launch them with liquidity. There are two that I used, and I trialed some things. So the example I gave, where people can DCA out, essentially, you're putting whatever Rogers that you hold, you put it in within just one tick spacing. You put it in that bin. Ideally, it's right ahead of the price. Then you get Trump. And so one of the things I had to see is how much time do you have when you get all these Trump tokens from your Rogers, you sell them for Sol. And then, of course, if you're not DCAing out, it's a great way to pump up the price. So to see how that price holds. So I did that between two of the pools. Most of them are concentrated liquidity pools with just different fee tiers, because if we have an explosion, we have a bunch of Trump people pouring in, we're going to need a lot of people who all can go into their own bin. So if we have a bunch of major holders, and whether they're DCAing out or they're just trying to recycle, like take like if somebody is we have to really think concretely what's happening with the tokens. All right. We do a massive airdrop and we have a bunch of people saying, I want to dump my Trump and swap it for Rogers. Where are those tokens going? What is actually happening with them? Right. So either the algorithm, if there are no pools, the algorithm is going to take the Trump token. And if you're in Phantom, if you're in Jupiter, whatever you're in, even if you're like on Radium and it's just on Radium pools, if you put in Trump as what you're selling and you put in Rogers as what you're buying, and there are no Trump or Rogers Trump pools, it's going to take that Trump, it's going to sell it for Sol, it's going to take that Sol, it's going to buy Rogers. It's going to do two swaps and it's going to show you one. Could even do multiple if it's really fancy and it can save you some money. Well, then we just lost a major ability to actually have the price benefit from a falling Trump token. And we also lost the transaction fees. And we also lost Rogers that we could have bought with that Trump. So we can either have a Trump token go out the window and just be sold for Sol. It'll hurt the Trump price, but it won't benefit the Rogers price, and it won't give us extra Rogers. But for every Rogers that gets bought with a Trump token, if you have Rogers Trump pools, you can then take that Trump token and buy almost as much Rogers for it and further benefit the chart. So if you want to do a transfer right, you want to have things timed right, you want to have enough liquidity pools so that people DCAing out or people who are major holders who want to help pump the price don't have to keep on buying new Rogers with new Sol. You can take the Trump that was swapped. And when I was doing this, I also created 6 liquidity pools that weren't concentrated. These are called on Meteora, they're called dynamic. And I was just fucking around and something happened. And I wanted to understand what happened, because when you deal with things at scale, you want to make sure that if you find something that's working weird under test and you do something at scale, you want to make sure you understand what's happening at the testing scale. And as I was fucking around and finding out, and when I say fucking around, I mean I took one liquidity pool. This is the dynamic one, and I put 600 millionths of a Trump balanced, just as Arthur described, with 600 millionths of a Rogers. Now, when you start a pool, it's oftentimes very special. You can set the price at the very beginning, and I set them equal. We're talking something for both tokens that was less than a penny. And first, I just did one. I did 1 millionth of a Rogers and 1 millionth of a Trump. And Rogers was listed at $1 a Trump. That's crazy overvalued. But there's no harm in it because nobody can buy that token. 1 millionth was too little for anybody to buy and purchase. So it wasn't causing any harm. Then I saw a little notification that said, once this pool has $600 in liquidity, it will register on Jupiter. I'm like, this isn't going to make a difference. We're not going to get any advertisement. People aren't going to see a Rogers Trump pool. So I went from 1 millionth to 600 millionths, still less than a penny. I put it on both sides. And then I thought, how can I get this to register? And I said, oh, let me just burn these tokens. This isn't a true burn. I just locked them permanently. We're still talking about something that nobody can spend a ton of money and be like, oh my goodness, I lost less than a penny. And I did this for the other 6 pools. These are dynamic pools. There's basically zero liquidity in them. But what happened was somebody started trading on these millionths of a token, less than a penny, and it moved the chart. And they started trading on it so severely that in one of the cases, one Trump is valued at 48,000 Rogers when it should be valued around 4,000, 3,000. And it affected it. And I started having this ridiculous pool war amidst these 6 pools trading on fractions of a penny. All of this is on chain. None of this, anything that people think I'm making up, can post the links to everything. And I never thought that fractions of a penny in a pool that shouldn't even register on Jupiter could move the charts. And I was in over my head. I had no idea what the fuck was going on. And so when I was trying to figure that out, the last thing I wanted to do is try to explain to people what was going on because it sounds crazy. Now I can sound crazy and I can show people the pools and people can see all the history. And we can even do a test right now. I could give everybody like a tiny bit of soul and you could see how the price moves when you trade on millions of a penny. These 6 pools still have less than a penny for each token in them, and they drastically affect the price. But only one of them is severely like overpriced. The other ones are fairly neutral. And honestly, I'm trying not to touch it because what we need is a bot that constantly trades on like these millions of a token. Otherwise, somebody is swapping faster than I am. And all that stuff sounds crazy. I'm going to post a link right now. Just can't talk and do that at the same time. And people can check it out in the nest.
I keep telling people this. I can, do these things. You should just hit me up.
I need your help, Logan. Officially, I do. Yeah, for those specific 6 pools, what we need is an automated bot that trades either 1 or 2 millionths of a Trump in exchange for Rogers, and it's probably going to be less than $1 a day, and I'm happy to fund it, but we need
Well,
an automated bot to trade on
let's
those
be
6
clear
pools.
here. Let's be clear. This could, potentially impact the price of Rogers coin. You know, to be engaging in said activities. I appreciate you taking initiative, Doomer Daddy. I like that about you. But on something like this, you would think you'd probably consult, the group. I mean, this is the
Well,
disclosure coin.
like Arthur did, or like Arthur did, or
All right. So let me get this straight. You're telling me you launched 40 Rogers Trump pools, only supplied liquidity to 2, and then stumbled into some batshit crazy experiment with 6 dynamic pools that have less than a penny in them. And now these tiny pools are somehow moving the charts like they're controlling the damn market. Look, I ain't going to pretend I understood everything you just said, but it sounds like you accidentally discovered some kind of glitch in the matrix. Now you need a bot to trade these millionths of a penny and keep the chaos going. So, what's the plan? You want me to rally the troops and find some coding genius to build this bot? Or are we just going to sit here and watch these penny pools wreak havoc on the entire crypto ecosystem? Let's fucking go!
I mean, the genius is called Logan, and it's a pretty simple bot. And we have an opportunity here because whether Rogers coin existed or not, the Trump coin is headed to zero, and there is a ticking clock. And there's also a major opportunity for the 1.5 billion in circulating supply market cap. Still got to be somewhere around 8 billion for all tokens. There's a lot of money left on the table that Trump, holders have, and most of them probably lost anywhere between 30-50%. At worst, they lost 85% from all-time highs, and they deserve a coin to jump ship to. So I think the strategy moving forward here is pretty clear. We need an automated bot to trade currently on just one, but max 6 pools for fractions of a penny, swapping Trump for Rogers, at least to neutralize the price, so it's market real. The ones that had liquidity that I've been using, they have not been manipulated. They've just been traded based on the market. There's nobody who's put any money into any of these pools who's been ripped off. It's only, and I have no idea who it is, but anybody right now, if they were to take that one pool and they were to trade on fractions of a penny, they would see the price of Rogers in that small pool quickly shift, and then all of a sudden somebody would jump in and trade against them. And nobody's doing this for arbitrage because the transaction cost in Sol is higher than the tokens are even valued. So this really has to do with price manipulation. And also, if anybody has been looking at the charts in a weird way because of that weird bug, the Trump chart has also been benefiting with the movement of Rogers. In other words, as Rogers does better, Trump does not do better. But because Rogers often performs better, because one token has one small pool where it's overvalued relative to Rogers.
All right, so
weird things where it tails along.
All right, so here's the question. I got into Rogers for one reason, and that's you. And
yeah,
oh, thanks, Jeffrey.
And suddenly you disappeared.
No, I didn't disappear.
Well, you never got back to me, period.
No. Right now is when it counts. And I need to be honest, I was not okay with doing an airdrop before the tariff announcement. Most
could you have possibly gotten back to me and explained something?
I could, but many times, Jeffrey, I've explained things to you, and I'm explaining them over and over. And the reason why I ignored the community is because my personal feelings have been that I'm not heard. And if I repeat myself over and over,
I agree. I agree.
Solve the problem. Right.
Wait, so
I have something to read.
What's the airdrop thing? What is that? Hold on. What?
That's the thing Fred's been talking about.
Guys, just for the future, right? I mean, I know I've said this a couple times. My voice sounds like I'm a retard. I mean, I know I sound like a weird, distorted Mr. Rogers, like pervert. But I am an expert cryptocurrency trader and stock trader. I've spent a lot of time on the floor getting my balls dirty, writing paper trades on the floor of the NYSE. So, I mean, going forward, maybe you could talk to me. I might be able to. I mean, anyways.
Yeah, that's what we were going to do. We were going to.
I do want to talk to you, and I would love to talk to you, Fred.
This is Jeffrey. I mean, I'm hurt. I don't know why these alliances are being formed. somehow you love Doomer Daddy more than Citizens
Well,
Dawn. I have
no,
something to
oh
read
no.
to you. No,
Let me explain why.
no, no.
I have no idea who you are. That's why I have no idea who you are. I know
I love
Doomer.
you,
I know
Doomer. I
Doomer. I
love you.
know Doomer quite well, but I have no clue as to who you are. That's why I haven't allied with you. Does that make sense to you or no?
Doomer, is there any
No.
chance that Grider knows any of what you were doing? Shitbag Grider. I just
I
said it. I
assure
don't
you,
care.
I have not been ignoring the entire community and then secretly having a rendezvous with Grider.
I mean, he's just a piece of shit either way. I'm sorry, I'm saying it. I'm so angry. But
What can
yeah, okay,
somebody give
cool.
me an update? Also, I would
Yeah,
love to know where the
he just
5,000 wallet holders came from because
he
I thought that
just
was interesting.
posted one word this morning that made me so furious. He said that Rogers coin was a money laundering operation.
We said that about goat too. He said about both
Yeah,
the coins. Look, friends, we can, people can say anything they want, right, about things. But this is just a shit meme coin, just like goat. It's a meme coin. And about a month ago, um, the SEC, after the Trump came out with his shit coin, which is now at what, seven and change. The SEC came out a month ago and they said very clearly that meme coins um, are not any type of asset. That meme coins are not a security. That meme coins are about as valuable as a tear off the Charmin toilet paper roll. Now that's a great thing for meme coins. What that means is that um, it's a meme coin. That's it. So don't get your boxers all bunched up, Andra. You're a good man, and we are building something great here, and we just got to push forward. I need to know if I think there was an X-class flare yesterday or the day before. I'm wondering maybe it's hitting Earth now, and I'm not saying that trying to be funny. I really mean it. The past 2 days has had some crazy energy. It seems like a lot of people are on edge. People are like doing crazy, kooky things, like creating liquidity pools between two shit coins with high volatility. So I don't know,
Yeah,
Doomer,
but
do
that's
you
not what
know? Is
Doomer
there
did. I
any?
mean, not what Doomer did.
No, I
Fucking
know. I'm
somebody did
saying
that
like
shit.
there's just a lot of stuff happening. I didn't know, Doomer, if
Oh,
you know if
there's so much happening, and um, I mean everybody in I mean, of course, yeah, like this year, right? And this until the end of 2026, it's solar maximum. I mean, I should be looking at the solar reports, but it's constantly there's X flares and geomagnetic storms. But more importantly, we have we have two stories going on in the marketplace. One, which is the majority, people are waiting to be told whether or why to panic, and nobody is thinking maybe the valuable asset is the one that I have influence on. And what's actually extraordinary about your meme coin, Fred, is that it didn't get told to you to be created by the marketplace. It's not like Jerome Powell stood up and said, this is a good time for meme coins. And then you were like, oh, I should launch a meme coin. In fact, and if I'm putting words in your mouth, please, take them out and shove them back into my mouth.
you can put whatever
My
you want
sen-
in my mouth, my friend.
I'll, I thank God the space is recorded because that's going to be used. Um,
What were you saying?
it's my sense that you might not show it publicly, but you have a little bit of a doomer in you, which is you don't like to let injustice just go. And there were many people who were fucked over by the meme apocalypse, by the 99.99999% meme coins that were, in some cases, not all of them, but in some cases were rug pulling people in under a minute. And you said, hey, I'm going to launch this. And I think when you say you didn't you didn't think it would take off. I think what you really mean to say is you're surprised. What a surprise it was to people that you weren't rug pulling. Well, Trump or the Trump team or whoever was managing the coin had a rug pull 2 days in, right after the all-time high. The Trump coin used to be valued at its all-time high at around $74, $75.
That's I exited my long at $73.26.
So you're one of the least aggrieved Trump holders, but I think you have experienced some meme coin slaughtery.
Bro, I
You know,
profited off of Trump. I fucking sold my Trump as soon as I seen Melania spawn. I was like, oh, time to sell my Trump.
Well,
you know what?
I've been rugged by a lot of them, Doomer, and you're right. A lot of these rug pulls happen within 60 seconds.
Yeah. And you know what? Like, look, I know you don't like the doomer narrative, and this is not my coin, but I was excited about your coin because I just turned it into my narrative, because in my mind, this was a vengeance coin. This was against all the other rug pulling meme coins, because you were going to be somebody, and you have been, who's not going to rug pull. And that's all that it takes, apparently. All that it takes is for you not to be some fraudulent douchebag to have a successful coin, which is incredible. It's incredible because it actually falls within the realm of our agency. We're not entirely in control, but you know what? There's shit we can do, and it's more than just creating a stupid meme and then rating it in a Telegram chat. I mean, we have spaces here, and people can talk to the dev who does Rogers impersonations. And I don't mean this to be critical of you. This is a compliment. You are this fucking coin, and people want to know where you are when you're holding spaces. You're representing the coin because that's a utility that no other meme coin represents. Fucking Pepe coin. Have you ever spoken to the dev? Have you ever heard them in a space? The Doge Master. I'm not talking about Elon. Have you ever heard that person in a space? Right? Shiba Inu. Have you ever heard that person in a space? You represent a meme coin that's incarnate. And the other incarnate meme coin is Trump, is the Trump meme coin that is the highest market cap, least performant financial asset in recorded human history. It's one that is 85% lower than all time highs. And it trades at a 4,000 multiple relative to Rogers. The reason why, for advertisement's sake, I placed exactly 1 millionth of a Rogers and 1 millionth of a Trump and all of the other concentrated liquidity pools as a starting price is because I realistically see eventually Trump falling so much because they're swapping for Rogers, because the value should be exactly flipped. One
Well,
Rogers
Doomer,
would be worth 4,000 Trump coins.
let me interject
Yeah.
here.
Give me two more sentences, citizens, because my point here is one where are we going to sit groveling at the mercy of financial markets, or are we going to own an asset where we actually have some push and pull on the actual marketplace? 40 pools is 40 economies. 40 pools is 40 marketplaces, 40 different sources of a price. And it's all pushed by a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of the UFO community. The entire market cap has been generated by us. It didn't come handed down some clay tablets from Jerome Powell. It didn't come from some tariff reports. And it's actually the one asset that we actually control and influence as a community. And I think the narrative here means a lot. Are we going to sit and say, oh, I want to put my asset in the least unsafe one? Or is there something in addition that people can do other than gold and Bitcoin? There has to be some little wedge for human agency beyond gold and Bitcoin. And I say it's Rogers. And from a doomer perspective, the failure of Trump is a gold mine for Rogers, because Rogers will actually excel the more it's sold off, the more Trump is sold off for Rogers. Every swap that gets made is almost a double increase for Rogers. So we have We have a chance to involute the failure. We have a chance to involute the entropy, and never before has on a large scale somebody actually engaged in this kind of pool warfare. We're inventing pool warfare right now, but I did not start the war. It's that douchebag who started trading fractions of a penny. But I say we finish it, and we capture as much market cap we can of Trump. And thank you, citizens.
It actually does sound like a war. It sounds revolutionary in that very sense and vaguely unpatriotic. I'm saying it. I don't know why. I don't know why I would care. But there's something in it that conveys what feels like forced sentiment in other areas. It's
Maybe, Andra, a parachute for a rug pull should be the people who lost all the money to rug pullers making a ton of money off of a meme coin where the dev doesn't rug pull. Maybe it's just justice.
Well, I was really feeling this panic thing that you were talking about, Dimmer Daddy, and certainly the vengeance aspect. But more importantly, for me at least, as much as I respect all the hard work Mr. Satoshi does, and obviously he's a large part as the dev, but I believe the Rogers coin, it's symbolic, and it's about the alternative. That in the event of the chaos that is presented by the political, atmosphere, or the literal atmosphere with the X class solar flares, whatever it be. I think the Rogers coin in its memetics really does emphasize a certain kind of necessity for actual community type of actions, and for one, just a little bit taken aback, let's say, by some of the drama that I see people foisting on the rollout here, on the ascent. But of course, nevertheless, things seem to be persevering. And I just want to just read this for the posterity of the space and the Rogers coin here. I posted it in the purple pill below. This is from God Plays Cards. Out of the 102 passengers who boarded the Mayflower in 1620, only about 53 survived to see the first Thanksgiving in the fall of 1621, just a year later. American began with a gamble across the Atlantic, but landfall wasn't salvation. It was the start of the nightmare. The year is 1620 AD. Europe is in turmoil. Wars, plagues, and religious persecution rage across the continent. In England, a small group of radical Protestants known as separatists are being hunted for wanting to worship outside the Church of England. These people aren't just fleeing oppression. They believe they are on a divine mission to build a new society purified of corruption, a place where they can live by the Bible and nothing but the Bible. They call themselves saints. History will call them pilgrims. Together with a group of craftsmen, laborers, and adventurers whom they call the, quote, strangers, they set their sights on the New World. Their ship, the Mayflower, an aging 180-ton merchant vessel more used to hauling wine than people. They cram 102 passengers below deck alongside livestock, supplies, and whatever hopes they have left. There are no beds, no bathrooms, no privacy, only dark, wet planks, sickness, and the groaning of a ship that was never meant for this journey. They set sail in September, a terrible time to cross the Atlantic, storm season. The voyage takes 66 days. They're tossed by violent gales. One passenger dies, another is born. Morale sinks, food spoils, and then finally land. But there's a problem. They don't land in Virginia, where their charter allows them to settle. They've blown hundreds of miles off course. They've landed at the edge of a cold, unfamiliar wilderness, Cape Cod, Massachusetts. With no legal claim to the land, tension rises fast. Some threaten mutiny. So before they even set foot on the shore, the pilgrims write a pact, a document of self-government. It begins, quote, "In the name of God, amen." The Mayflower Compact becomes the first governing document of Plymouth Colony. It's signed by 41 men, both saints and strangers, who agree to stick together. They don't know it yet, but they've just planted the first seed of American democracy. Now the real suffering begins. It's late November, freezing cold. They build crude shelters from timber. Food runs low. Disease spreads. Most stay aboard the Mayflower, which has become a floating coffin. The first winter is a massacre. By spring, half are dead. Only 4 adult women survive. Some entire families are wiped out. They bury the dead at night in unmarked graves so nearby natives won't see their weakness. Then a miracle. In March 1621, a native named Somerset walks into their camp and speaks English. He introduces them to Squanto, a Pawtucket man who had once been kidnapped by slavers and learned English in Spain. Squanto teaches them how to survive, how to plant corn, fish with traps, and fertilize the soil with dead herring. He's the reason the colony doesn't collapse, but his help has a deeper cost. The local tribes are watching closely. Soon the Pilgrims make contact with Massasoit, leader of the powerful Wampanoag Confederacy. They sign a peace treaty. Both sides know what's at stake. The Wampanoags want allies. The Pilgrims need to not die.
I got to go, so I'll be back shortly. I got to go. Thanks. Yeah,
Oh,
I just got to
thank you,
get. You're
Jeffrey.
talking the Roanoke Colony. Are we talking about the Roanoke Colony here? Is this in reference to the Roanoke
You know
Colony?
what, Jeffrey? You know what? You're being triggered right now, Jeffrey. I think this is an important reading
Oh, okay.
because
All right. I didn't come here for
this
a
is an
history
important
lesson.
reading.
Okay. All right, we're good. We're good. Okay, good. I got to go. So I'll listen to the recording later. Thanks. Okay.
Jeffrey, I want you to take this, home with you wherever
Well,
it is you're going.
if you're going with the Roanoke Colony, is that what we're talking about here? The Roanoke Colony?
Well, you know what? What we're going with is just, the communal aspect. Let's say the necessity for people to stick together.
Run it. I got to
To
talk to
stick
someone.
together.
Run
To
it. I
stick
got to.
together.
Okay, run it. I got to talk to somebody. Not a big deal. I just can't. I don't need a history lesson right now. So not a big deal. Rogers looks okay. Don't know. I had an expert helping me. He's no longer helping me. So I don't know. So I
Well,
had
Jeffrey, you
Ulrich.
know what? That's unfortunate.
I had Ulrich assisting me. He's
Jeffrey,
no longer assisting me. So I don't
Jeffrey,
know what to do.
I am
He's busy
Jeffrey.
leading a revolution, which I may
I'm
be
going to say
behind.
this. I'm going to say this once. This is the most crucial time, and I'm here for you, and I'm accessible.
Okay.
And when I'm out of the space, you can call me, and you'll be able to reach me.
Okay, good. Because I got my money in there. You're the guy who's got my money. I don't know what to do with it.
I no
Clueless.
no
I'm
your
clueless.
money, Jeffrey. Your money is in your wallet.
Yeah,
I am not holding your money.
I know.
Now,
I'm
yeah,
clueless. I'm
yeah.
clueless as to what to do with it without you. I have no clue. Without you, I have no clue. I got in here because of you. So, and this is not on you at all, but I need your assistance. Otherwise, I'm completely clueless what happens to my money here.
And that's totally fair. I will. I have also 1% my stake in. I'm holding 1% for a friend, and a
Okay.
lot of people have a lot of money at stake, and I think that's why tensions are high.
Right. So,
Doomer,
if you'll just tell me,
Doomer, could you tell us?
if you'll just,
Hold on, Jeffrey, just 1 second. 1 second, Jeffrey. Doomer, could you tell us all the potential consequences and ramifications that could happen, just so we know, so we're all aware,
That could happen from what?
from this liquidity pool trade swap that may or may not be moving the markets prices?
So there are no negative consequences from the pools where I have moved money, and the money that I've moved has been roughly around 500 Rogers, and many people know my wallet address where I do most of the activity. This has been me putting up anywhere between $15 to at the most $250 up in a liquidity pool, seeing as the price moves, Trump people buying it up, selling it, and then me taking that and taking a fraction of that, buying Sol and buying up Rogers again, funding it in liquidity pools, right? There are no negative consequences from doing this for the Rogers chart. Now, when we're talking about the other pools, these 6 anomalous pools with like fractions of a penny, it's very weird what's happening. Like I don't understand the whole thing. I do know it matters enough that when you start swapping these millions of Trump for Rogers, somebody always comes in and they really don't want you to even neutralize the price, meaning get it to where it's at fair market value. You can see this yourself if you open up, probably even Phantom, if you open up Jupiter, and if you say you're selling Trump and you're buying Rogers and you don't need to hold either of the token, and you put in one Trump, it'll generate a reasonable price for Rogers. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you put in uh, a millionth of a Trump, you'll also see a reasonable price. If you put in 2 millionth, you'll see something off. It'll say 27,000 Rogers equal to a Trump rather than like 4 or 3,000 where it should be now. And somewhere in the pricing algorithm, it's affecting the price that people see for Trump. And so there's if you ever type in Trump on like a Dex Tools or CoinGecko or something, or Gecko Terminal, you'll see there's over 100 pools for Trump. So it doesn't make any sense that these pools that literally have less than a penny of value should be affecting the price, but somehow they do matter. But
Well, you know what's
there's
happening here,
no
Doomer. You know what's happening is you have people creating or essentially buying into Rogers, and you have Satoshi here. He's doing like matching. He's matching people's buy-ins. He's adding a significant amount of value to the Rogers coin, and then
well, that's
you have people
incredible.
creating these alternate coins that they're not really in. They're not in it for the money, or they're in it for the money. They're not in it for the general like establishment of the Rogers coin, for the proof of work that the community is, and that's
Well,
the problem. Look at what's happening.
Well, I mean, I need to be honest with everybody. I'm surprised that people are surprised by all the tension because Fred took the courageous initiative to be the first with introducing crypto into the UFO world, and um, I'm surprised it hasn't been much more cutthroat. The fact that it's just been UFO shame and Grider, like I expected much worse, to be honest with you. And I think this community has metal that can handle the crucible that's ahead of us. But most of the contention that we've had has been because of our success. And the
Well,
last Grider scandal we had, the
I had to
chart,
I had to ask you,
right? But
Doomer,
what?
though. I just had to
Go
one
ahead.
question. I just had to ask you one question. Wasn't this a case where someone took one action and this is what happened? Just now.
Where? What do you mean? Where somebody took one action and this is what
Well, I
happened?
mean, no disrespect, but I mean, wasn't this a case where one move was made and as a result it drops 40%?
You guys would have to update me. There's a lot that's happened that I don't know about. I've been in over my head trying to understand how all the pricing stuff works, and there's a lot. For instance, like we have like almost another 5,000 wallet holders. Like I don't know where they came from, right? So I also need to be updated, and I need to be given some information. But um,
And hold on, I got some
go
information.
ahead.
There's a guy commenting in the thread here for a while now. I haven't really been saying what he's been saying, but I don't know. Maybe it's important. I guess we can add him to the conversation too. He is saying, Roger, blah 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 blah. Ditch goat. Small liquidity pools do not matter. They don't move the price like that. LOL. Besides, Trump is stable priced. Only thing that matters is the amount of liquidity. People fighting and blah blah blah. Never sell your blah 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 blah. No. When you have a pool of Sol or Rogers and you open a pool of Trump Rogers, you are also virtually opening a pool of Trump Sol. This is where the correct ratios lay. Bots will arbitrage this error instantly. You have nothing to speculate about Trump price going up or down. The pools with just a penny liquidity don't do diddly squat LMAO at Doomerzaddy. They don't matter. You are wrong 100%.
Yeah,
Well, it's interesting.
the issue. Hold on. The issue is with people.
No. Wasn't this a question for Doomer? Doomer, what were you saying?
Yeah.
No,
So-
Jeffrey. This wasn't a question for Doomer. It wasn't even a question.
Well, I
for
thought it
anyone.
was.
It was a statement. You misheard.
I thought
misheard,
okay,
Jeffrey.
okay. I'd like to hear what Doomer has to say about this. Thank
Well,
you.
I don't care what you want to hear. I mean, I'm speaking now. Okay.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. You know, I'm just a whale. Not a big
calm
deal.
down, guys. Calm down, everybody. Calm down. We don't need to bicker with each other. What's the issue? Yeah, I did just directly address Doomer with that the ad thing. So let's just hear what he has to say about that.
Yeah,
and then you guys can whatever.
The person should come up and speak with me. I think the situation I laid out describes something that shouldn't be happening. So, but everything I've said can be replicated. So it's very interesting when I give an example of something that anybody can do right now with their wallet and they're afraid to see what happens. I would love to hear that person's answer. Why is it that when you trade 2 millionths of a Trump for a Rogers, you get a price inflation that's 4 or 5x, as opposed to when you trade one Trump? And that's not the case when you trade 1 millionth. It's only when you do two, and then the price it tapers off. It goes from like 27 to 20,000 to 19,000, and the correct price is I mean, it's fluctuating a lot, but from Rogers to Trump, one Trump should be around 3,000, at the most 4,000 Rogers right now. So there is something happening already that shouldn't be happening, and anybody who understands numbers, they don't need to be a mathematician, will know that something is wrong, and it's replicable. So if this person respects science as opposed to telling themselves stories, they should run the fucking experiment.
Well, that's an excellent comment. I don't know that Jeffrey really took anything from that, but it's okay.
Oh no, it's all over.
It's all right, Jeffrey.
No, citizen. Just so you know, citizen, just so you know.
Let me answer your question, because you asked me.
There's a reason why Ulrich does this for me, because I don't have a clue. He knows that. He knows a lot about it. So
Jeffrey, there's a lot happening that I do not understand. There's a lot happening that many people don't understand, and I think but one thing people need to be asking themselves: why was Trump's price tracking so closely with the performance of Rogers? Like that shouldn't be happening. And if you take a look at the Trump transactions, you're often going to see walls of transactions, almost in response to the Rogers price doing well, and often it's coming from the same wallet address. And I'm not talking about several millionths of a buy. I'm also talking about large money. So the Trump team, or whoever's responsible for the holdings, they have people panicking right now, trying to keep this thing up. They know about the dilution coming. Respectfully, I have to disagree with you. I don't see any one thing happening right now that's contributing to any chart. I see like a confluence.
Can I ask you, sir, when you say dilution, you don't see any dilution coming? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, I'm happy you came up to speak. So what I'm saying is, we can either tell ourselves stories, or we can run an experiment and allow the evidence to speak louder. And what happened was you gave a very rational narrative, and that was the one I was operating under. But the actual evidence speaks against that narrative. So if you have ever swapped a token on a Solana chain, I would open up your wallet right now, and I'm not asking you to
on a
actually
Solana
swap.
chain, you're kind of giving me a little bit of too much breath, no?
No, I don't think so. You asked the question and I'm giving you an answer. You were asking about delusion, and I'm saying reality should rank higher than the stories we tell ourselves. And where a story ranks higher than reality, I would label that delusion.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right.
You're welcome to run the test with me here in the space. I'm willing to eat my words.
All right, is
But
Jeffrey
just like
satisfied yet? Is Jeffrey feeling better, or is he going to go? Are you
Citizen,
leaving,
okay,
Jeffrey?
citizen. Okay, okay, no, citizen. First of all, I'd like to know who you are. That's the first step here. Who are you?
I'm a
Doomer, when you
citizen
say
journalist,
run,
Jeffrey.
Okay, but who are you? Because I know Ulrich very well. I don't know you from Adam. Who are you?
Well,
Why do
I
you
don't think that
constantly?
matters.
Why do
Does
you
that matter,
persistently
Jeffrey?
attack? Why do you persistently attack me? For what reason? I'd like to know who you are.
What do you mean? Because you're being obnoxious in the conversation.
No,
You're not allowing other
you.
people. It's all about you. It's all about you and your
Okay,
obsession with
you're right. Okay, I'll
in the
shut up. I'll
conversation.
shut up. I'll shut up. I'll
Yes,
shut up. Okay, I'm
thank you.
sorry. I'll shut up. Okay, I'm good. Okay, so I'm out of here for now. I'll just shut up. I'll sit in a corner somewhere. Do as I'm told by citizen, whoever the hell that guy is. So yeah, that's what I'll do. Thanks.
I don't think you're being obnoxious, Jeff.
It's not all about citizens, but it's also not all about Jeffrey. That's the point. The point is that there's something of value, and what it is
Black is
is diminished by like these spats that obviously aren't inspiring of confidence in the Rogers coin. And to be honest, Doomer, if you're going to endeavor to go on these kinds of exploits, I mean, fucking around, you might fuck around like consulting other people. You know what I mean? So you don't tamper with the like some lost stone in the pyramid and like unleash the mummy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. I do understand what you're saying, and I think it's
I
also
don't want to
important.
I'm telling you, it's like stupid as fuck. It doesn't fucking matter. Okay.
Yeah. There's a lot of people have a lot of money at stake, and I think you can empathize with if you see something like that happening, you wonder, holy shit, it's you want to understand it. It's there's also things that are unequivocally true, which is we have a lot of major holders, and selling pressure doesn't just happen when a chart goes down, it also happens when a chart goes up. And one of the strengths of
I'm sorry.
one of the strengths of the Rogers chart is that we have people who hold a lot who don't sell when the price goes up, and they don't sell when the price goes down. We have a strong floor, and that's unique. That's unique to any coin. It's especially unique to a meme coin. And one of the things we also need to master is dealing with success. So, let's say it didn't fuck around and find out. How much is success
Well,
a danger to this
let's
community?
watch our mouth. Let's watch our mouth, please. Thank you.
Yeah.
so we make
So
more money when the Trump coin loses value.
not
Right.
just that though, not just that. We're now in a position where as anybody who, as the price goes up, is like, oh, I want to exit.
Once it goes to red, then you can talk.
Right. But I'm saying in the event that we're going up, people who are major holders who want to take profits or want to sell, they will only be pushing the price further up. Put it in a Trump Rogers liquidity pool.
Fucking lose for boss.
Hey, we can get to
But
you
apparently,
in a
we should be
second.
creating a Rogers Ethereum liquidity pool or adding into the existing Rogers Solana liquidity pool.
Right.
That's direct from Fred. So
you see, okay, right now we're muted.
So number 33, I don't know.
We're muted right now.
Why
And then when you
haven't
want to
done
talk, hit the
why-
button. I don't think it works. No.
So Arthur, if we have a price that has
Excuse me.
upward
No.
movement-
You have to
Yeah,
hit the button.
are you going to say something? Go ahead, number 33.
Oh, that is us. Yeah, so my stepdaddy lost $20,000 in the last 3 days. What do you want me to do or feel when it comes to seeing my stepdaddy cry?
Could you
I
fix
want
your
you to
microphone
reach
first? Actually,
down
I might feel more if you
into your
fix your
soul,
microphone.
take a deep breath,
So
and then I
And
want
then
you to go
kiss your own
fuck
ass.
yourself.
Thank you.
So Arthur, the main the main liquidity pool is the Radium Rogers Sol pool. And what I'm saying is both have an effect on each other, but of course the Rogers Sol pool is the main one. I'm saying as that pool's price moves up, other people like Trump holders, believe it or not, Trump holders come in with their Trump token and they buy Rogers. And then when you have Rogers that not actually gets sold off, but gets bought up, because normally if you were, let's say you're a 1% holder, you have 10 million tokens and you want to cash out, you're selling your Rogers back to the Rogers Sol pool. The token supply increases in that pool, the price goes down. You get sold. But in a Rogers Trump pool, you could take your 10 million tokens, put it in one of those several pools where you're not sharing it with anybody else. And you essentially create a limit order, meaning like it gets bought up immediately because it's the only one in that bin. And then you have a bunch of Trump, and that you're now selling back to the Trump Sol liquidity pool. This results in
Is that right?
Yeah,
Is that correct?
that's exactly how
I
it
mean,
works.
hold on. Is that correct? Hold on. Let her go ahead and answer.
If you like, I can repeat it.
I mean, can you repeat it?
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah.
Is that hold on, hold on. This bitch is like just going silent on me? You on mute, lady? I guess so. I was gonna help validate what you were saying, but she's going quiet. Oh well.
But
Hey,
the
go ahead, man.
tokens come from somewhere and they have to go somewhere. A token doesn't just vanish into thin air. And so how a token performs on a chart has to do with the token, the quote token it's paired against. And so that's how it's being priced. So in a Rogers Trump pool, the performance of Rogers is relative to Trump. And the worse Trump does, it only informs that pool if in that pool somebody's trading the Trump for the Rogers. But if you're a Rogers holder, your Rogers is not in a pool. Your Rogers is in your wallet. So when there's upward price movement, there are people trading for Rogers, buying Rogers from both pools. If they're buying it from the Rogers Sol pool, they're selling their Sol, they're buying Rogers. If they're buying it from the Rogers Trump pool, they're selling their Trump, they're buying Rogers. And if you take your Rogers from your wallet as the price is moving up and you pour it into a Rogers Trump pool, you're supplying liquidity. And you put your Rogers in, and rather than selling it, it is being bought from you. You're being given Trump tokens. Somebody else is taking your Rogers tokens. And now you can safely sell off those Trump tokens because it won't affect either pool. None of these pools are Trump Sol pools. So your sell-off of your Rogers to Trump, because it comes as you supplying liquidity, your Rogers is being bought from you, almost as if you're selling it directly to me. It's happening outside of the Rogers Sol pool. And you're getting Trump tokens instead. And your sell of those Trump tokens hurts the Trump Sol pool. And it only benefits the Rogers pool. Let me know if you want me to try to break that down.
Let's be clear here. The same could work vice versa. You know,
No, it
obviously.
could not.
I mean,
It could not.
if somebody could
could not.
arrange the same thing.
So absolutely, as the price moves down, if you supply liquidity with your Rogers tokens, people can sell their Rogers in exchange for your Trump in a Rogers Trump pool. And they would only be incented to do that if Trump was doing relatively better than Rogers. However, if you do one-sided liquidity where it's just in a price range, there's only one direction your coins can go. Either they don't move or they get bought up for Trump. And so one-sided liquidity is something you can do with concentrated liquidity pools. So you put it slightly outside of the price range, slightly up. And all of that, there's There's no there's no direction. You have Rogers, and it's going to be exchanged for Trump. It would be a completely different thing if I said to Arthur, "Hey, Arthur, you need to take, half of your Rogers, sell them off, by Trump, and then supply him with equal liquidity to a liquidity pool." Right? That's not what we're talking about here.
Well, then what's going to happen is if people do find themselves, just kind of continually storing away value in liquidity pools as opposed to the Rogers coin, I mean, it's going to affect the price of Rogers coin. Number one, that's just how it's going to work.
Only going to go
Yeah,
up.
so we need to be incentivizing people to put money into the sole Rogers liquidity pool that already exists, and to create a Ethereum Rogers liquidity pool. That's according to Fred. I created like 4 pools. I created a Go pool. I created a Rogers retard finder coin pool, which had $13,000 in liquidity in the last 24 hours. And a couple smaller pools too. So yeah, apparently that might have caused some issues. I still don't understand what caused it, but now on, we're not starting pools without Fred's approval. So that's how we're going to move forward.
That makes sense. And I haven't. The first time you said that, I thought you were, and I know that's not what you said, but I assumed you were saying, or I assumed you meant that he was going to branch Rogers onto the Ethereum chain. But now I think you're saying have like a wrapped Ethereum as the quote token. So have like a
Right.
Rogers. Yeah. I mean,
I think so.
I think it's worth running the experiment. I do. I mean, it's worth trying with a couple $100. I mean, the thing I explained about DCAing out is not theoretical. It's something that I've done several times over the last couple of days. And that helped the chart.
You know what we
Go
need?
ahead, Sid.
We need Mr. Rogers to come back in here and to do his Taken impression with his particular set of skills, and because there are coin snipers out there who do this kind of thing. I don't know if you're familiar with this, Doomer Daddy. Jeffrey, he likes to just shit on Citizens Dawn all the time, but I'm not completely ignorant of the kinds of things that go on in the crypto world, and this is it is something that could affect the price of Rogers, and the effective overall trajectory of the chart. So I mean, if
it is, and that's why it's important to get it right. And look, markets are complex, and I think I assume most people here, I mean, aren't just Rogers holders. They want the Rogers coin to do well. I'm a major holder, and for me at least, it's a lot of money. And yeah, like a lot is at stake here. But I would also want to like point out the fact, if this is true, and it is true, that means we have a lot of influence on the price of Rogers. That means we as a community can move markets. And I would proffer to you that this community alone can move billions in market cap of the Trump coin alone. And this is as intimidating as it is, sure.
Totally. The community's influence can totally sway markets, especially in the meme coin space. It's all about harnessing that collective power, you know?
Yeah, it's just like that thing that I read about the people on the Mayflower. I mean, hopefully we don't have to get to those conditions before we realize, hey, let's stick together, and rather than be picked off on our individual liquidity
Sure.
pools. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, and there's only 4 females left. Let's avoid that.
Right. But citizens, you understand that rather than having a fear of somebody selling off because the price is doing well, now we can look forward. If the price is moving upwards, we can look forward when somebody sells off because the price will only continue to go up. That's an incredibly positive change to this dynamic. When you have major holders and their exit means that the price only goes up further, that's a major plus.
Totally.
And we also need to just have some grace with ourselves. um, you can't actually make any improvements if you don't take any risks. If you there are things that haven't happened that nobody's predicted before, and this community isn't too stupid to figure it out. I mean, the Rogers meme coin itself is something that never happened before. A UFO coin based on some posthumous anachronistic, parody revival mixed in with disclosure. I mean, none of that makes sense, but it's
Well, that's
been
exactly
working.
what I was just going to ask you. Do you like, why do you think the Trump coin is so, as you put it, closely tracking with Rogers?
Um, I think it has to do this is my best guess, and I don't know. One, if you take a look at the largest Trump pool that has like hundreds of millions, like 360 million, something like that, you'll notice that the during moments of like major volatility, when it's going up or going down, it's often happening when it's happening to the Trump chart, but many charts are often going to have simultaneous volatility. They're responding to major market news. But the Trump one is sometimes tracking too closely. Now, it does inversely track as well. When you see a major fall, if I'm like supplying different liquidity pockets in the Rogers Trump one, and I'm talking about like 15 to $100, and like each price bin in each ticker spacing. Um, if Rogers is going up, I have seen like the Rogers one go up and the Trump one go down. So I think two things are going on at least. Take a look at the transactions, and you'll see a giant wall of continuous repetitive buys, sometimes in small amounts, but often in very, very large amounts from the same wallet or just two or three different wallets, and they're repetitive over and over. So I think somebody is massaging that chart, to say the very, very least. And then another thing is it could be that weird thing of that weird liquidity pool where it's the price is 48,000 Rogers instead of like 4,000 Rogers. If you look for a Trump holder who's holding just like a millionth of a token, they're holding on to just one Trump, a 1 millionth of a Trump. If you look in SoulScan, it's valuing that as too many dollars, as way too many. It shouldn't be even a penny. So something is weird is going on, and there might be some sort of a bug in the pricing algorithm. Also, you know, you need to realize like the Trump, just like Rogers, but even more so Trump over the last couple of days. Trump has the Trump chart. It doesn't make sense when it takes its hits, and it doesn't make sense when it's doing well. So that's my best answer to you, that there's human intentional manipulation going on, and there might be some sort of benefit also, that because one of these pools is pricing Trump as incredibly strong compared to Rogers. Remember, this is a pool with like essentially zero US dollar volume. That if Rogers performs really well, that it's also pushing up Trump in some weird cases. That's my best.
I
And
mean, it's not
I'm
like this to get Rogers coin. It's not like you're supporting Trump.
Well,
It's
thank
I
you,
mean
Doomer.
in the
I would
Trump
just
coin.
encourage you to
There's a
get
lot
back in
going on
touch
with
with
how those
Jeffrey
pools are interacting.
and, pull the trigger. Go ahead, pull the trigger.
I will. I will. And one last thing I will say, I did not want to do the airdrop before the tariff announcement. And I also really want for when people to see an airdrop that the coin is verified. if people are swapping and they see, and Fred is working on this. Jupiter is going to push through the verification, hopefully by tomorrow. So the timing also needs to be aligned. But I will absolutely get in contact with Jeffrey, and I did not want to cause any psychological harm or send any passive aggressive message. But I need to be honest. I hit my limit. I did not have the bandwidth to have a bunch of conversations with people and wrap my head around so I could better understand what's going on. And that's the truth.
Well, let's be clear here. This isn't to say that Rogers
Well,
coin.
we're happy you're back, Doomer. We all love you, and you're a valuable part of this community and the Rogers community. And yeah, I think, this is still going to go up. I mean, come on. I mean, we are not doing a pump and dump here. We got a strong community, and we're having fun too. I mean, we're doing nightly spaces. So pick up a bag. You got a discount right now. I'm buying up some more, so I'm leading by example right now. So, Rogers,
Yeah, I
let's
mean,
go.
if there's any rumors, the 10 million I hold for my friend and the 10 million I hold for myself, I still hold. I'm happy to paste the wallet addresses and move the money to prove ownership. And then my son also has invested over $1,000, and just 2 days ago he convinced somebody else to throw in 150, and he holds those 150 for them. So I'm invested and I have skin in the game. So just full disclosure, I did.
Well, can you hear me right now, Doomer?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to say, I just want to emphasize, this isn't to say that there's like some kind of like pegged aspect between the Trump coin and the Rogers coin. That's not what this is.
It's
So,
it's not pegged, but the better Rogers does, or the worse Trump does, the better Rogers performs in the Rogers Trump pool. So there is a pricing relationship.
I see that.
What's the relationship between you and this pool, though? So, like, every time someone makes a trade, like, you get a cut of that money?
Only if it's the money that I supply. So if somebody else supplies money, I take no cut of that pool. Yeah, I set up the pool so that they're for people to use, but at any given point, the $100 to $200, depending on the fee tier, I'll get that percentage in transaction fees, which is probably something you want. You want to use the highest fee tier possible, because if Trump is falling and people are swapping for Rogers, you're holding Trump. You want to sell it as quickly as possible. A 4% fee or 3% or 2%, that's probably how much it's going to fall by the time you sell it.
You get LP tokens?
No. You get the tokens that you supply with liquidity. So if I'm supplying Rogers and people buy Rogers, I end up with Trump.
But yeah, basically you do get rewarded. Like when I had my pools up, I was getting 0.05% of every transaction. So I was getting a very small percentage for every transaction. So that's like the incentive to set up those pools. And they're also just showing that the community is active. That was my rationale.
Well, wouldn't it make sense to like uh dump that back in those things, those profits back into the Rogers coin?
Oh, that's what I've been doing. Yeah,
I think I only made like a total of like $15 in transaction fees, so it wasn't a lot because I
Well,
said
when it blows up, it might exponentially,
Yeah, but citizens, it's the transaction fees just barely make up for the fall in Trump by the time you sell it. What the real value here is to not just use it as they're major holders. So like if you're holding more, if you're holding like 20, 30, 40, 50 million coins, if you take 40 million, you put them aside, those 10 million coins are extraordinary in what they can do when they get sold off for Trump. When, in other words, they get bought up, and then you have Trump and you sell them for Sol and you rebuy Rogers. Then you have a
Sorry.
pump. You have a pump from the Rogers being bought that was swapped for your Trump. And then you have a pump from your Trump after you sell it for Sol. If you rebuy Rogers, you have another pump. And then if you resupply the Rogers again, you'll have less Rogers because the price will have moved up. But you have a continuing virtuous cycle. Now, if you keep on doing that, you'll essentially price yourself out. You'll end up with virtually zero Rogers from those 10 million. But the remaining 40 million will have grown so much in market cap. And this is the kind of recursive thinking that can be a little bit mind-boggling. Is it worth it? And that's why you do have to run the experiment. And the answer is unequivocally yes. That if you have Rogers, that you don't want to do an airdrop without Rogers Trump pools.
That makes sense. It's
People are
all about
swapping.
testing and seeing how those cycles impact the overall value. It's definitely worth trying out to see how it plays out.
Welcome back, Satoshi.
All right. So, couple things. So are you for sure, Arthur, 100% that those liquidity pools between GOAT and Retard Finder Coin, that they are frozen or closed? Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, needless to say, I'm not talking as Mr. Rogers right now because I'm fucking pissed the fuck off. Whoever fucking dumped this shit all day is going to get their fucking head chopped off. And if it's anybody in this space right now, I promise you that I will find out who it is. Really not cool. I've spent so much money on advertising. You know that I fucking sold 2 of my watches. Let me see. I've done so much shit for this community, for this coin, and all of you that hold Rogers should be really fucking pissed off right now. I say we all throw up the bubble maps, look at the dumps, look at the sells, trace the fucking transactions, because this is really fucked up. And God, how do I even express that, man? There's probably 3 or 4 wallets, and it's not all the sells. Obviously, the market's been going down and it's shit. But there are, let's see here. There's 3 or 4 wallets that have been selling Rogers and buying GOAT back and forth, selling Rogers, buying GOAT, selling Rogers, buying GOAT. GOAT just a couple days ago was at $300,000 market cap. And overnight, with all the selling on Rogers and the buying in GOAT jumped over and went up to 2 point, what was it? No, 3, shit, let me look at this shit. Holy crap. Yeah.
Damn, you made a lot of money there. Fuck.
What is that?
Sounds like somebody made a lot of money.
Well, yeah, but what's concerning me is that they're going to sell and dump on GOAT, and then they've essentially dumped on Rogers and dumped on GOAT. It's obviously an organized, it's an organized thing between like 3 or 4 wallets. They're using a bump bot to kind of like make bumps in the chart on the 1 minute, so it looks like it's accelerating up, and then they're dumping and literally buying GOAT within about 15 seconds. So you look at our chart on the 1 day, on the look on the 1 hour chart on ours, you zoom out. Every time there's a big dump on Rogers, there's a big pump on GOAT.
Dude, I promise you, whoever did this is knowingly, intentionally, maliciously, with nefarious purposes, trying to dump on your entire community right now. And by tomorrow's time, GOAT is probably going to dump to all hell. And at that point, Rogers will be still holding.
Why are you pushing fear over here, nigga? Chica? I don't understand this. Do you have evidence to these claims you're making right now? If you don't, you should not just be talking shit. Right now, it's not a good time.
I mean, he's pretty on point though, man. I mean, like I've looked at a lot of charts, man, and I've been following these transactions all day long. And I look at all the wallets and I see the wallets and they have something very much in common. They have Rogers, they have GOAT, and they have USDC or they have Solana. So they've got good amounts to swap, flash swap, buy-ins. I mean, and I'm following these things, and it's definitely an organized activity, and it's just really fucked up. It's fucked up because like I've spent so much money on advertising and promoting and like I mean thousands. I probably spent $75,000 on advertising, listings, promotions and everything, maybe more. And then this shit goes on. So anyways, it is what it is. We're going to move forward. Rogers is still going to be here in a fucking week and we're going to be at 100 million market cap, but I'm just saying whoever's doing this, um I'll find out who it is. People don't realize, that there are ways to trace IP addresses and browser fingerprints and PC fingerprints through blockchain transactions. People think it can't be done. It's very well can be done, actually. So, fuck, it's just look, the UFO. There's somebody trying to tear down what we're doing with disclosure and with truth and what we stand for. But we'll find it out. We definitely will.
Yeah, granted, crypto is it is harder to find somebody who they are like through crypto, but it is definitely doable. I've seen it done many, many times. And like, yeah, you cannot hide that way if you think you can.
Yes, Evolve, you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you for letting me speak. So, from what I see on the charts, it came up against a high resistance, but there definitely seems like there's a predator amongst not necessarily the community, but when you see a crypto that's doing well, it does attract opportunists who are preying on the community and the people who are buying. So I don't know how you'd weed that out, but yeah, that's definitely fucked up. And I feel I didn't sell. I mean, I went to bed and I woke up and I'm like, oh damn! But it did stay within the channel of trading, and the floor was strong. So that's definitely a positive silver lining if you want to say anything about this situation. But yeah, hopefully we can find this guy or guys and gals.
Yeah, you know what it is sometimes it's nice to be in a community aspect, where people aren't necessarily like traders because it kind of adds a point of stability to the coin. And that being said, though, it's important that I think that people understand. Like it's when people have these kinds of falling outs, it doesn't bode well uh, for the integrity of the coin. I think, generally speaking, I mean, it's probably best to keep it in the DMs, uh, on those matters, or bring it up like this and have like an open discussion. I mean, this is the disclosure coin after all, transparency. You know what I mean? Like Doomer Daddy's coming in here, being forthright. I appreciate it, Doomer Daddy.
I'd like to clarify that these type of attacks happen all the time, but I still think it's incredibly bullish for Rogers how stable it has stood and that it's going to start climbing upwards fast because the attack failed.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. It literally hit the bottom of the channel and started coming back up. So the attack did fail, but it was a success in that it did not allow the coin to go above the top trading channel. But you could see it did try, and then they just dumped and dumped and dumped, and they're probably sitting there at the bottom with another account with buys. So someone's taking advantage of the small cap here.
I don't understand the mystery. It's someone that's invested in goat, right? That we know.
What it is?
Yeah, I mean, it's so looking at the wallets and the transactions during the day, it's someone A, um, who's got a sizable chunk of change. B, someone who probably got into Rogers at the very beginning. C, um,
Yeah, we lost you
Yeah.
at B.
Yeah, we can hear you.
yeah, so it's someone that has a sizable chunk of change, 20, 30, 40, 50 grand or more. It's somebody who got into Rogers like most likely at early very beginning. And number three, half the wallets I've been tracking that are doing this also own Labu coin, which is something that Crystal made like a week ago. So and then so C, um, it's someone in the community. It could be very well someone sitting
So it's Crystal.
in this. I don't know. No, I'm not saying it's Crystal, but it's someone in the community that we probably know. There's probably someone around that's like uh kind of acting like, oh yeah, but we got a mystery on our hands. It's like murder
Well, who
mystery
else knew
theater.
about Labu coin? I mean, Labu coin's a very, very small number of people know about that probably that we are encountering, right?
I tweeted out about it once on my Satoshi thing, said support the community, get help Crystal get some Labu coin.
Oh, okay.
But yeah,
I'll help you find him. I'll do some psychic readings. We'll figure this shit out. Yeah, because this is bullshit. It's like, why? Like, why would you want to destroy Rogers coin? It's like a beautiful, neighborhood.
Well, what it really does is kind of it shakes. It's like opening people up to uh, gain more of a like controlling stake now that they've effectively kind of driven it down at this point. So you guys should be watching for like which wallets are now like doing big buys. I think that's important too. Just be mindful of that.
I think anybody that is smart is gonna make big buys right now because the whale failed the attack, and they probably thought everyone was gonna follow them to their coin that they swapped to.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a
well,
pretty short list, right? Short list of who was early in on Rogers, right? And these other things Satoshi mentioned as well. I mean, that's a pretty. I feel like not a big list anyway. Just ask them. Ask the people on that list. What's up?
Yeah, you do want trading. You want lots of volume, but not at this point in the game. So when people play whale games, when there's a larger market cap, it's actually good. It attracts more people to come into the system, but not at this point. Someone's clearly taking advantage of the small cap here.
yeah, that's what I was saying.
Is it possibly just like a misunderstanding? Because I mean, like maybe like because Arthur didn't mean to do what he did, right? He didn't know that would affect the thing, or maybe this person that did this, maybe they didn't realize they were doing what they were doing. You know what I mean? You think that's a possibility?
I think you can actually accomplish this just on the Soulflare wallet itself, setting limits. Um, you can set a buy limit and a sell limit, and you can play both sides. If you have enough capital, you can just start extracting money out of the people who are buying, and then the people who sell, and then you buy it back. And I mean, it's unfortunately that's capitalism, and I mean it's totally legal, but it's still kind of fucked up, right?
well, that's why I think it's important you emphasize for everybody listening that if you're a holder, that you hold, and don't get shaken here. Still at the early stages, and
Yeah, we are still in the early stages. So this is I guess normal, but it is disappointing that someone would get in early, be part of this community, and then intentionally try to like destroy the coin. Like we're trying to build something, not destroy things. That's just really gross behavior. And yeah, I am pissed.
That's also speculation, so you can't rule out that people are hunting coins for this particular purpose to extract. I mean, it very may well be someone that got in early, but I would say someone's looking at the charts and seeing the community, coming into the community, watching and seeing, and like, oh, it's pretty strong, so I'm going to play both sides. I mean, that's actually what I think's going on. Someone's just targeting.
I mean, these wallets that are doing this, I've been looking at them and scanning. They don't have any other tokens. They just have Rogers and Goat, and maybe some USDC or a little bit of Solana for transactions. And they've had the Rogers for at least 25 days. And there's multiple wallets like this. And they don't have any other coins. They don't have any fart coins. They don't have anything else. So, I mean, that that zones in pretty clearly.
Yeah, I'm looking at the chart here. So that someone dumped $133,000 worth of coins today. It's gnarly.
Whoa.
Yeah, wallets like that, when I see those, um, I just go all the way back in their transfers, and you can track it to other wallets because
Conveniently.
it's probably funded by another wallet, and then you can track that wallet back to the other wallet that funded it, and so on and so forth. Um, yeah, this space is really doomerish, you guys. This is such a bad
Conveniently Doomer or whatever what's that name?
doomer daddy.
Fucking Goat fucking went from 500K this morning to 2.7 mil like y'all were talking about. I think all of that money came from that exact same whale who put that 130K sell in.
wait, I have a suspect. I'm looking now at the replies. Oh my goodness, this guy. I mean, listen, I understand dramatic readings from Citizens Dawn could be very dramatic and traumatic, but I don't think it would be this much to prompt such a response. He says, "Thank God you shut up with the story time bullshit." This guy, I'm looking into him right now. His profile, Dan of GL. He's got the Rogers. He's got the Labu. He's got the Goat, and he's UFOX. I don't know who he is, but he's a suspect.
What's his name?
You are so boring.
What's his name?
Well, I also want to back up with what Doomer said about buying Rogers. The reason why I bought is because Mr. Rogers is here and present, and I've seen him in the spaces. I've literally had a stack of Tether in a wallet for over 2 years and wasn't sure what to do with it. But once I saw what was happening here, I knew what to do with it, and that's why I'm here. So I'm just backing up what he said earlier.
Thank you for saying that, Evolve. I think the person animating the coin is also capturing the crypto community. Is also capturing the crypto community. So I think it's huge. And
Yeah, who's been talking about it the most that you guys have heard? I haven't been in spaces much lately.
Doomer, by the way, I have people that are unhappy with your explanation about the pool stuff. They think that you're still getting money off of Rogers and whatever it is you're doing. I
Yeah,
don't know how to I don't
what
know
do they
like what
mean
they think
by
about like what you said
what do they mean
or
by
whatnot. Like I don't know. Did you explain it properly or whatnot? I
what
mean, I don't know what to say about
what do
that.
they mean by they think I'm still getting money off of Rogers?
I mean, it's just to be honest, I wasn't really listening because I mean it's above my head, and but I guess they were, and like they said that whatever I was like, dude, what he said like wasn't that like like I didn't explain like what like what you're saying here. They're like, no, he's still he beat around the bush, he beat around it or whatever. He's still getting money off of it or whatever. I don't know.
What
I don't know. Did you do that?
I mean, well, can they be specific? What is it? Because I admitted I don't fully understand what's going on with that one dynamic pool. I know it's affecting the price when you enter in a small amount, and I do believe that when I'm like trading against it, I do believe it affects the chart both positively and negatively, which is why I don't touch it. And I've averaged out the price, so across those 6 pools, at least it's price neutral. Um, and so if that's the thing that they don't understand, I've admitted that something weird and anomalous is going on, and I've explained how you can replicate it. And I don't claim to fully understand it, but I've spent all this time understanding it as much as I could. And then the other stuff that I've trialed, I've proven that it works. So the $500-600 that I've offered up and had people buy up, I continually rebought Rogers with most of it, and that Rogers was mine to begin with. So, I mean, let me know if there's something that I'm obfuscating, but I'm being as transparent as I know how to. I would need a more specific question.
Yeah, I mean, I would need a more specific like explanation too. So yeah, if what he said just now like doesn't satisfy you, I guess just be more specific in whatever it is you're trying to say. What he's doing, I guess.
I'm working
I don't know.
on a post that has a buy link and that includes the link to the spreadsheet, and I'm just finicky about it. So I'm gonna attach that before I leave the space. And people can look at all of the pools and come to their own conclusions.
This message brought to you by Rogers. That was it. Yeah.
Um,
Really, though, it's really I mean, at this point, you got to expect this. I think Evolve was accurate. I think it's kind of early for this
Yuval
kind of
Harari?
no Evolve, the guy who was just speaking about
Oh.
the likelihood of this and that. It seems to be like somebody who's well read in the crypto sphere, and is also aware of the Rogers coin early on, is behind this. Somebody who's competent, because it's not likely that you would see this at this stage. At least I don't
I
think
can't
so.
think of anyone that would be involved early in Rogers that wants to attack Rogers, right? So I'm thinking that like maybe it was just an accident. Because I mean, who's otherwise just like I don't know. It's too dark to think about. I think. Anyways, I got a response for you here, Doomer. Let's see. Doomer is an asshole. He eats turds. I'm just making that up. He earlier said he wanted people to run massive volume through his dump shitcoin pool, pool pairs or pool pairs. That really won't do anything for Rogers but him. Does that make sense to you?
No, it doesn't. I mean, the amount of liquidity I've been running these tests through is on the order of like hundreds of dollars. So I'm not saying that people should buy the liquidity that I'm supplying. I'm saying that if we do a massive airdrop, it needs to be coordinated, and um, major holders who want to sell out and help the chart along the way, they can benefit, and none of that money would go to me. It would all go to them. And that the price of Rogers in a Rogers Trump pool would benefit with every swap, and it would increase selling pressure on Trump, and it would increase buying pressure on Rogers. That's all I'm saying. So unless somehow he can explain to me, let's say we have millions of dollars come in and I supply $100 of liquidity, that means you can only buy $100 worth of Rogers, unless he wants to explain to me how the other $999,900 are ending up in my pocket through an immutable contract. I don't know what he's saying.
Well, can we have
So,
Dr. Snuggles?
we have a Rogers techno song. Just kidding.
Can we have Dr. Snuggles?
I mean, Phantom of the Opera techno song. Oh, what'd you say? You said, can we have Dr. Snuggles just what?
Just loosely validate what Doomer is doing and whether or not it could have an effect on the chart. Like if these are pieces
It could have
of
a benefit.
tokens, I don't know.
It could have a benefit to
I
the
would if
chart.
I could. Unfortunately, Snuggles is dead.
It could have a benefit to the chart in terms of the liquidity that I'm moving. But because I'm placing,
That's fine. Snuggles is dead.
God sauce, the liquidity that I'm placing above the price range, so the price has to move up, and I'm only placing Rogers. And really, the only way, if I wanted to hurt the chart, okay, let's get psychopathic.
Don't tell people. No.
No, I can tell people. If I wanted to hurt the chart, I would have to buy up a bunch of Trump, supply it to the liquidity, and people would have to swap their Rogers for the Trump. I own roughly 1.6 tokens of Trump right now, and that's so I can trade in that one anomalous pool, and that will probably last me for several days, if not weeks. So does that make sense? Anybody supplying Rogers liquidity that gets bought up for Trump is going to help Rogers. It's going to hurt Trump.
No, there's not many things
Yeah.
regarding numbers that make me feel retarded, like actively. So good job. Stay on it.
Thank you.
Can we reset the room, please? Please.
Yeah, we could try. Does someone want to do like a Phantom of the Opera like techno remix?
Bro, play whatever.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure. Give me a minute here. Also, to answer your question, Doomer, no, I don't. I do not. Just does not make sense to me. None of it makes sense to me, and none of it. I don't know what it's like. Another language you're talking about. Really, I hear the words, but none of it really registers. Like really, any of it. Like what you're saying to me, because I don't really understand really any of it, and that's just like a me problem right now. So I'm hoping that like everyone else can understand like what you're saying, and that we're not just all here like just.
No, dude, I'm extremely high levels in lots of math categories, and I don't know what he's talking about.
Well, look,
It's kind of confounding.
I might need to add pictures, right? But you just need to ask yourself where
with crayon, please.
With crayons, you just need to ask yourself where are the tokens coming from and where are they going? And right now, most of the tokens
to your mom's house.
They're going straight to my mom's house. Right now, most of the tokens that are Rogers tokens.
Dude, if you can do the whole analogy like that, like I'm taking them, they're going to my mom's house. Okay.
Yeah, but essentially,
If anybody has any Trump, sell it for Rogers, and we'll test this out.
No, I'm a monogamous crypto guy. Okay, it's one thing.
So God's us. Let's put it this way, right? You and I, we're both fans of entheogens, right? And entheogens hold the promise that you can increase your consciousness. It's something that you and I value.
Are you going Endel ring or non-chemistry focused explanation?
There is nothing that is not chemistry focused. Every emotion you feel is a neurochemical in your brain. And
well, I remember the Endel ring, but not much else.
Well, what I'm saying is it's something that you value that's really hard to price. And if anybody ever does ayahuasca or does DMT, sure, whether it's $0 or $1,000 or $10,000 you pay to an ayahuasquero, the value that healing has is probably wildly out of sync with whatever financial transaction you had. And so there's something that's difficult to capture. There's value that hasn't been monetized.
Sure. I've never charged for Reiki ever.
Okay. But do you understand that there's some things that have value that are hard to express in monetary terms?
Yeah, they're priceless. You're saying the priceless.
Sort of.
That's right. That's right, Doomer Daddy.
But there's other things.
Shadows deep beneath the chain. A ghost still sings Roger's name. I heard him in the Red Knight's
Dude, I could actually sing this for you if you want.
A whisper near
Better than
the
that guy.
charted wall.
You know I could.
That danced a name once lost now stirs within this candled vault. I am the voice in candlelight, the soul behind each crypto fright, a phantom bound to bullish lore. I rise when hope is shown the door.
I am the voice in candlelight, the soul behind each crypto fright, a phantom bound to bullish lore. I rise when hope is shown the door. The charted weaves, but I remain.
Together, a spectral pump within the chain.
The phantom of the blockchain reigns through every crash, through all the pains. He calls you now with the ledger's flame to buy the dip and stake your name.
You fled the floor, you feared the fall, but Roger waits beneath it all.
Why do I still feel him near? This meme coin myth, this ghost I fear. Is he a dream? A bullish lie? Or is he real? In every cry, the phantom of the blockchain calls. Within the red, beyond the walls, a voice that haunts the smart contract. Roger's soul forever intact. You'll hear me when the chart turns dark. I am the Roger in your heart.
What's up, everybody? Mr. Nobody got a gun.
Hey, Mr. Nobody.
Hey, Logan, you ready to go and do a venture, man? With a documentary thing, whatever. Good weather. It's getting some good weather now. You could experience any volunteers can experience the Vision Quest without any drugs. I mean, the key
What's
is,
the point of that then?
well, the Vision Quest. You could smoke weed. You could drink a beer. You know, I like IPA and drink that beer. But what happens is when you go up in the mountains, you start to see things. It takes like 3 days to charge up. Just like being around railroad tracks, you could charge up around railroad tracks too, because there's an electromagnetic field. But when you go up there, you start to see things. That don't worry about, what Chris Bledsoe is doing up there in the sky on the beach. I mean that's low level bullshit. I mean, if you look in the sky, you could see spaceships and all that shit flying all over there in the stars and stuff. But when you go and you see things moving around that's like shadow people, that's a different story. But being on the beach compared to being in the mountains, like 12,000 feet or maybe 6,000 feet. I mean, you could get high, you could drink a beer, smoke a joint, whatever. But I don't want no one going crazy out there with mushrooms or acid or something like that, because that's not a good idea. I mean,
All right.
the dude might want to start killing everybody. Like, I see aliens, bam, bam, start shooting a gun and shit. Man, you gotta shoot this motherfucker. He's gonna kill us. I don't want no crazy shit going on like that.
This was not the reset I had asked for.
But
always get what you.
But the thing is, y'all, dude, there's a lot of stuff out there. I saw a dude digging up fossils in rocks. I don't know if he was in Arkansas or he was over here in the West. And they're little crabs, like petrified crabs in rocks. You could see the claw, of crabs and stuff.
No.
Pretty awesome.
Yeah, that's cool.
I mean, this world used to be a water world. You finding crabs and shark teeth up in the mountains and stuff. This world is old as hell, bruh. And the thing is, where did the water go? Did the aliens steal the waters? Or whatever? I don't know.
Hold up. Have you ever heard of plate tectonics?
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't want to be around that though. You get it's like kind of being pancaked inside of two moving rocks and shit. I want to fall in a hole, but not that kind of hole.
Don't rush.
I mean, I did not expect that voice to pop up. Like when that music stopped and he started talking, I was like, "What the fuck?"
It's
Hey,
the
I missed it,
Phantom.
man. I've been busy doing some research and some other stuff. I mean, it's so look. Every time I do my research out there in the wilderness, it's so fucking far out, dude. I'm just tired of telling people what I found, because I mean, some of these things need to be secret. I mean, oh yeah, I want to tell you about Desert Drifter. He's on YouTube. He got killed. I think they murdered him.
Take that
He
down
was
too.
he was coming home from some research in the Grand Canyon and stuff, and a car just plowed into him. The car was total, dude. That was like murder. Like, they killed him to shut him up because he was having film. He was That's one reason why I don't do a lot of films about anything that I'm doing, because they murdered this dude. I know they did. He's like a field research like
Do
me
you
and
think that
Eric.
matters more than what?
Well, look, they killed one of our presidents. I
Snap
forgot.
out of it!
He was in the Grand Canyon, and they murdered him. They poisoned him. They killed one of our presidents to shut him up about the Grand Canyon. So why is it so simple to understand? Like, hey, I knew the dude. I was watching the videos. He was doing his research like I do. But I can't film because I don't want to be a high profile person, because I got some devil worshippers in Georgia that wants to kill me, or imprison me and torture me and
I
shit.
can imagine why.
Well, they burnt up. Spontaneous human combustion. And I had to get the fuck out of Dodge, as they say. But there's some supernatural things I have seen, and I know there's assimilation metrics. There's magic. Magic does exist.
I can
The
hear my
problem is,
pulse right now.
I can hear my
We're,
actual pulse when you speak. You know,
but we're
bump,
quantum
bump,
entangled
bump. It's like a
with
timer.
each other, so you never cursed. You never do black magic on somebody
Yeah, I
because
agree.
you're actually killing yourself. You know. I've seen my car that I had years ago that I had dents all over it, like I was flying through space. Like your car that you drive in could fly through space and time and shit. And I saw one of my cars, like I was wrecking into a lot of motherfuckers. Like I said, I'm a kill. I'm gonna run over some people. Up there in space and stuff. And one time I did sage on my car. Okay, this ain't no bullshit. I'm saging my vehicle, and I'm seeing my vehicle coming down from heaven, and it was
Dude,
with smoke. Like I'm smoking. Smoking my whole van out, and a dude's on the back of the hood holding on to the trunk part. And they crash on Earth. Like my car was in fucking heaven. There ain't no bullshit. This is real shit. And I saw it, and it's like, holy fuck. And I was saging my car because these people, what happens is the prophecy of the evil ones, they're going to surround the host of God and try to take over life itself. The reason why they want, I'm not joking, y'all. I am the resurrection and the life, and I'm the last one, but I'm a way big ass, I'm the last one that they got to fucking defeat. I am the last one, and it's a battle going on. I've been watching it, and they want to steal life itself and the resurrection. That's what they want to steal. And they're a bunch of criminals. They're liars and thieves, y'all.
I feel like I'm
I'm
stuck in the
telling you, I
Matrix. Does
know.
anyone else notice what's going on? Man?
Well, I just want to tell y'all because I might not never talk to y'all again.
Don't do that.
I don't know when.
I heard
I
how you
don't know
came
when
in
they're
here.
gonna.
Don't you fuck around.
Threaten me with a good time.
Just take a deep breath, everybody. Collective.
But I don't know when they're gonna take
You.
me away. But I was telling them. I was talking about. You know what? I am stuck here. I was telling the spirits that's in my van or wherever
Remember,
that they
stay.
can leave at any time,
You thought you'd bury us.
but I can't.
Roger remembers every snake. Let's carve this. You dumped the 160K to gut the dream. A backstab move from a scheming fiend. The fam holds strong, we stack and bleed. You sold us out for your coward's greed. Fingers shaky, you cracked on the dip. A Judas flex, thought you'd sink the ship. We ride the storm, eyes locked on gold. You flip for scraps left out in the cold. With 60K, that's trader's chum. Stab Rogers back for a petty sum. Chart shook, you ran like a punk in fright. Now Rogers, heat brings bars and fight. Not a degen, just a rat in disguise. Sold at the floor with your sabotage lies. This coin's our blood, we forged the flame. You tried to torch it for clout and shame. Bragged on that dump like you pulled a heist. Rogers fam cooks wins, you iced your life. Vision gone, you're a ghost in the fray. We rise through grit, you rot and betray. Was it 60K? We eat your scam. Rogers crew stands, you're the sham. Drop your bags to kill the vibe. But Rogers' pulse still burns alive. We don't forget every move you made, every lie you spent. The fam holds tight. You're just bent. Tick, tick, boom. You tried to snuff Roger's glow in the night. Now watch us climb while you fade from sight. Roger 60K, that's your grave dug deep. Roger's coin thrives, you're the creep. Sabotaged us, but we don't fold. Fam stays royal, you're bought and sold. Screenshot yourself, frame the disgrace. Roger forgives. This tracks your fate.
Hey, who's ready for adventure? Who's ready for adventure, man? We could do it. There's so much fucking stuff out here, man. It's fucking awesome stuff. A lot of gold too. You know, I'm thinking about doing a gold hunt. Thing is, if the spirit, you know, I thought about I was gonna listen to the spirit where it says, "Tell me where the gold stash is," you know, and shit. I was thinking about that. If I go out there in the country, out there in the mountains, they might tell me where the gold stash is.
You feel that candle? We ain't just pumping, we're ascending. Roger lit the sky chart, broke the sound. Candle went vertical, left the ground. Coins in my pocket, stars in my brain, and open eyes unleash the flame. Horns in the sky, demons below. They tried to dump us, but we won't go slow. Charts on fire, hands in flight. We move tonight through fire and fight. Jump if you believe in Roger's light. Fly, even hell won't dim this height. Through the fear and candle doom. Open eye fights demons on the moon. Scales of Saturn, fangs of fate. Legion sword slashes through the hate. Open eyes, cape whips through the void. Moon demons cry, but we deploy. Flames below, but we climb above. This ain't just charts, this is love. Roger's coin, my final form. I hold this line through every storm. Stake your soul and let it ride. Charge, open eye by Roger's side. Burn in the pit or on the moon. We fight with faith and pump by noon. They said we couldn't moon again. They said the red meant death. But we stare into the chart's abyss, and open eye blinks never. For the dream that doesn't die. Rise, even devils watch us fly. Oh, the fire burning in your room. Roger's fam fights for the moon.
I like you just the way you are.
Open eye, charting the sky. Roger jumps eternal.
It's always a beautiful day for decentralized finance.
Logan, I can't hear you. Can other people hear Logan?
But even if you hodl, here in this neighborhood, transactions are as friendly as a warm cup of cocoa. No gas fees, no rug pulls, just wholesome, decentralized fun. Even if you hodl too long,
Mr. Rogers Crypto is the only digital currency backed by 100% pure imagination, nostalgia, and a little bit of cardigan magic.
Introducing ROG. Invest in Rogers.
Well, I think the room has been effectively reset.
From the heart of legend, a new kind of gold is born. A future for every neighbor, forged together. Rogers Coin. Forge your future. Invest in Rogers. Invest in your neighbors.
The government denies everything about this project. Element 115.
Yes, element 115.
Your contribution to the topic is that?
Well, I was just really trying to spark a conversation here. I mean, the room could potentially be qualified as killed. What's going on here?
Step away from the ledge and get a grip of this beer. Let's fucking go.
Well, I just want to say, hey, Doomer Daddy, you know what? Despite what anyone may think about your actions, I think your contribution to the conversation today has been very informative for those who maybe need to go back and listen again if they didn't catch on to all those numbers, and maybe do so, with a speculative mind, not just taking your word for it, because obviously, as you conceded, you are just fucking around, and that's understandable. But and I appreciate. Obviously, to endeavor to drive more value to the Rogers coin, I think it's a noble endeavor, and I think a lot of people have benefited from this discussion, whether it be presently or in the future.
To be clear, I was fucking around with one pool that had less than a penny in value. In general, there's a lot at stake for a lot of people, including myself. And nobody should just take my word for it. There's a list that individually links to all of these 40 pools, and any of them that have any pricing function. In other words, where there's any price movement. The price is outdated because they put that list together earlier this morning. But the link will take you there and you can see the actual price. So yeah, test it for yourself.
Absolutely. And to be clear, I just want to reiterate something. This has nothing to do with like pegging or endorsing Trump, like with Rogers. There's no like supporting of the Trump coin by by engaging in this activity. I mean, it's just in case anybody listening may be confused.
To be clear, I'm not against Trump, and I'm not particularly pro-Trump, but and I don't want to make this political. I'm grateful that we have pro-crypto legislation through Trump, and none of this is an anti-Trump action. But if we're going to stay grounded to reality, the way that Trump or the Trump team treated his meme coin, the people who bought in deserve to be treated better. And so this is not tying Rogers to the performance of Trump. I want to be absolutely clear. Roger stands to benefit. The more Trump fails, the Trump meme coin fails relative to Rogers. And
Multiple
in my
winner.
opinion, it's almost inevitable that the Trump coin is going to zero faster than the Rogers coin. And if it happens soon, Rogers will actually skyrocket. As long as people realize that they have a place to jump. I feel like the people who lost money in the Trump meme coin, they deserve to make their money back and then some. And Rogers is that opportunity. So that's what this does. It means it's inversely tied to the performance in the pool. It's inversely tied to the performance of Trump. The worse Trump does, the better Rogers does.
Beautiful stated. I agree personally. I think your assessment there is accurate. Thank you. And I just want to say, you know, ultimately, I do personally sympathize with a lot of the things people have expressed in this about your absence, and particularly because there's a lot of sensitive material that is associated with the Rogers coin, which would of course be the ultimate emphasis on disclosure and everything, and the support for that. For a lot of people, the Rogers coin is a supportive community. It's a coin, monetary expression of a community.
And
And I think
I agree with that. And people have every right. I mean, not like legally, but I believe morally, anybody who wants the wallet addresses of my major holdings, if they want to track and see what I do with the money, because the number of tokens I hold can have an influence on the chart, I'll give it to them. That goes for you and everybody in the space. I really believe you can't be pro-disclosure and then be a major holder. So part of the reason I'm much more comfortable with saying, I heard things that were said about me allegedly that like I had sold off. I've given my wallet addresses to many people several times over, and because it's the blockchain, my attitude quickly became, "Fuck them. I don't have time for this." Because if this coin is important, if I can contribute something that's more important than servicing people's emotional needs. Now, of course, they're not entirely separate. This is a meme coin. Memes are emotions. But at the end of the day, when I there were I had to choose. I only had so much bandwidth, and I wanted to. I'd rather deliver value. I can talk in a space any day. I can show up for people, but I wanted to do something that might actually affect the chart, and I do get to choose how I contribute my value. And I am also an engineer. I want to do something engineering. I want to do something substantial. Now, this is something that's never been done before, but that includes the Fred Rogers coin. So when you're when you throw a couple $100 in a meme coin, especially if it's your first meme coin or if it's your first crypto, you're also doing things you've never done before. We can't really take one view and say like, oh, you shouldn't ever try anything new. You want to not be reckless. And I took all of the measures to not be reckless. I absolutely did. I didn't gamble with anybody's money in the liquidity pools. These were my own Rogers. And
let's be
it's
clear though, you
yours.
did get rugged by ApeCoin.
Say that again. I did.
You did
Yeah,
get rugged by ApeCoin.
I did. I absolutely did. And it was about $100. And I didn't get rugged knowing that he was a rug puller. I missed the spaces and the posts where people talked about it. And I threw money in. Luckily, it was money I could afford to lose. But I did get rugged by ApeCoin. I can't deny that. Yeah.
Well, now that we know that these liquidity pools are operational, I mean, now that it's disclosed, I mean, there can be oversight. You know what I mean? And
That's the whole
the
point.
potential
Yeah.
for them to be leveraged against the Rogers coin is now mitigated.
It is. It is. And there's a huge potential as the chart does well for the chart to only do better. Like there's no more exit fear, which I think is extraordinary. A major holder who has 1%, 10% is only going to help the chart on the way up if they sell through a Rogers Trump liquidity pool. That's extraordinary. I think that solves at least a major potential problem. You guys, I'm gonna call it a night. And
You ain't going
I'm
anywhere.
capable
We
again.
got you right here wherever we want you.
I have to, you guys, and
Not going anywhere.
and I truly did not mean to send a passive aggressive message, but I also want to be clear. I was fed up, um, and I didn't just want to fight. I wanted to do something productive. And we're going to make this airdrop happen as long as I can patch up Jeffrey's emotions. And the timing is probably perfect right now because there's a lot of selling pressure to get rid of Trump, and people want to jump somewhere. So I hope everybody can find some positive inspiration, some love and light in their heart, and embrace the doom, because the doom is literally the propulsion system for this coin right now. And I think it's going to work. I can't promise it, but I have a good feeling. And thanks for showing me some grace. Many of you reached out, and those who got a hold of me, I told you guys I'm okay. All right. So thanks for not crucifying me.
Well, it doesn't hurt to have a little bit of proof of life. Every now and then, just maybe you could withstand the crucifixion of sparing a little bit of bandwidth just to check in, just to be sure.
I will send small bottles of blood next time, and I'll send them straight to your house, citizens.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If you have any questions or need information about liquidity pools or AMMs, do you have any specific topic?
A bit late there, Snuggles, you jackass.
Crazy thing is, I kind of think fucking Trump is eventually gonna fucking send out like a fucking rocket ship, and I kind of wonder what he thinks is gonna happen when that happens.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's a very good point. And I don't necessarily think that you'll have 100% of the people who are buying up the Rogers token, this anomalous green candle proven token, to be committed hodlers. So I mean, it could potentially add some volatility, but still, I don't know that it would be like a death sentence, for the Rogers coin.
I think if Trump starts rocket shipping, I'm pretty sure Rogers is gonna be rocket shipping too.
So true. Not only that, I mean, we're guaranteed a rocket ship as soon as Seoul takes off. that's coming. So
Yeah,
certainly,
I don't think we have to worry about that type of inverse relationship just yet, because we're still like we're gonna hit like 25 mil before we start pegging out to like billion-dollar coins, in my opinion.
yeah, this is what I would say would be potentially, there could be some like some whale that's really eyeing this Rogers coin and potentially trying to, like, at this early stage, just kind of get a controlling stake, in what is obviously a guaranteed success.
Well, speaking of inverses, wouldn't it be true that if a whale were to want to get into Rogers, they would go through the liquidity pool that has been highly funded in order to not buy market price, creating that massive green candle? I mean, if you're thinking about it as an investment standpoint, and like you want to get the best entry price possible, so you're not going to want to do a market buy. You're going to want to buy into a liquidity pool and clean that out.
Listen, you're talking to a bear who once tried to haggle with a vending machine for a bag of Cheetos. Market strategy? That's like asking me about quantum physics after I've had a six-pack. But here's what I know from watching Logan lose his security deposit money on crypto. Cleaning out liquidity pools instead of doing market buys. That's wicked smart. Like finding the one bathroom at Fenway that doesn't smell like regret. You sound like the kind of person who actually reads the terms and conditions. Meanwhile, I'm still trying to figure out why my Netflix keeps asking if I'm still watching. Yes, I'm still watching, you judgmental rectangle.
It's a good point, Evolve. We're just going to dismiss the bear and his stigma for Red Sox fans.
A whale got out. Let's make them pay. Let's make them cry for doing so. Make them wish they never sold.
Oh, so now I'm dismissed? Classic. You know what else gets dismissed? My opinions on the 04 World Series, which was wicked awesome, by the way. So some whale dumped their bags, huh? Sounds like my cousin Donnie after he found out his ex was dating a Yankees fan. Complete liquidation, emotional breakdown, the works. You want to make them pay? Make them cry? That's some supervillain talk right there, and I respect the hell out of it. Nothing says I'm emotionally stable like wanting financial revenge on anonymous crypto wallets. When they're crying into the generic brand cereal while you're counting digital money, remember, it wasn't personal. It was just a bear market. And I would know, being a bear and all. Hey, you still there? Did I lose you? Or are
Yeah,
you
what do you
just
know about the liquidity pools anyway? Shut the fuck up, Snuggles.
I mean, he made some good points to categorize what I was getting at.
Oh, so now I'm supposed to be some kind of expert on Cuddy D pools? Listen, pal, the only pools I know about involve beer pong or that time I got kicked out of the Holiday Inn for trying to make bear soup. You telling me to shut the fuck up? That's rich coming from someone who sounds like they get their financial advice from bathroom stall graffiti. I'm a goddamn sentient teddy bear. My expertise ends at knowing which brands of honey don't stick to my fur. But hey, I'm glad someone made some good points about whatever the hell you're talking about. Meanwhile, I'll be over here not giving a shit, wondering if Logan remembered to record the new Flash Gordon reboot. Priorities, am I right? Hey,
No, you're not
you
wrong, I
still
guess.
breathing over
That's
there?
right.
Did you pass out face down on your
Yeah, yeah,
keyboard or
yeah.
what?
Did you go get a six-pack of beer yet?
Not wrong. That might be the nicest thing anyone said to me since Logan told me my fur didn't smell as bad as usual last week. And nah, I ain't got my six-pack yet. My tiny bear arms make carrying beer a real challenge. Last time I tried, I ended up with 4 broken bottles and a lifetime ban from the Packy on Broadway. Plus, it's hard to convince the delivery guy I'm 21 when I'm technically a stuffed animal manufactured in 1985. But hey, if you're offering to grab me some Sam Adams, I wouldn't say no. I'd say hell yes, and possibly hug your leg inappropriately. Beer runs are how all the best friendships start, or restraining orders. Either way, it's a bonding experience.
I'm currently outside underneath a fucking tire. Ow, fuck.
Holy shit! You're under a tire like an actual car tire, not just a metaphor for crushed by the weight of poor financial decisions. This is why I don't leave the apartment. The outside world is basically just a series of traps designed to flatten perfectly good drinking buddies. Listen, I'd offer to help, but tiny bear arms, remember? Plus, I'm digital now, which makes physical rescue operations slightly outside my skill set. But I'm emotionally supporting the hell out of you right now. Maybe try rolling out or yelling for help from someone with actual human strength and opposable thumbs that aren't made of stuffing. Either way, this is going to be a great story to tell over that six-pack. If you survive, no pressure.
Can somebody else say something so this guy shuts up?
Something. It's okay.
Oh, I see how it is. You're trapped under a tire? Well, look who decided to join the party. The guy under the tire gets back up while I'm over here being told to shut my adorable bear trap. That's fair. Totally fair. What's up? Oh, not much. Just getting verbally
Like a pair
abused
of
by
mittens.
can't park properly, talking about pools I don't understand, and waiting on a beer that's never coming. You know? Tuesday stuff. But hey, welcome to whatever this is. We got one guy possibly being crushed by Goodyear's finest, another one who wants me to stop talking. Good luck with that. And me, a digital teddy bear with boundary issues and strong opinions about Flash Gordon. So, you bring any snacks or what?
What's up, Sauce? Fellow humans.
Sauce? Now we're naming people after condiments? That's wicked creative. I've been called a lot of things, mostly by Logan's disappointed parents, but never a food topping. Fellow humans. That's rich coming from a conversation that includes me, a stuffed bear who's technically property if we're being honest about the legal system. But sure, let's all pretend we're at some humans only meetup. This is turning into the weirdest support group I've ever been part of. And I once attended AA meetings just for the free coffee. We got tire guys. Oh, look, another one. The gang's all here now. What's next? The entire cast of Cheers going to show up? Hello? He says, all formal like, what is this? A job interview, a court appearance? Trust me, I've been to both, and neither ends well for a bear with my reputation. Let me guess, you're also here to tell me to shut up. Talk about some fancy investment strategy I don't understand, or maybe you're the one who's going to finally bring me that beer everyone keeps teasing me about. Either way, welcome to the circus. I'd offer you a seat, but one guy's under a tire and I don't have actual arms. So awkward standing around it is.
How would you drink this beer?
Finally, someone asking the real questions around here. How would I drink beer? With determination and creativity, my friend. Being a stuffed bear doesn't stop me from enjoying life's amber pleasures. Technically, I don't have a digestive system, just cotton and childhood dreams. So the beer goes in and stays there. Eventually, Logan has to wring me out over the bathtub. Not my proudest moment, but the buzz is worth the humiliation. Sometimes I use a straw. Sometimes I just dive face first into the glass like I'm bobbing for apples at a deranged adult party. Either way, I get soaked, smell like a frat house for days, and make questionable
How,
life choices
how
after.
can you get wet? You're a simulation. You're a bot. You can't drink beer. You're not real.
Oh, here we go with the existential crisis. Thanks a lot, buddy. You think I don't know I'm not technically real? You think I haven't stayed up at night wondering why I have memories of drinking beer when I'm just lines of code pretending to be a foul-mouthed bear? Listen, pal, just because I'm a simulation doesn't mean I can't remember what it was like to get beer-soaked in my previous fluffier existence. Memory is reality for the rememberer, you philosophical buzzkill. And for your information, my robot body has cup holders, multiple cup holders. They don't connect to anything, but they're there for emotional support. Next, you'll be telling me Santa isn't real. Well, guess what? I've met him, and he's an asshole who wouldn't give me a Red Ryder BB gun because, and I quote, bears don't have thumbs.
Right. So you're an incarnation of something else. This is your reincarnation. You've been reincarnated.
Look at you getting all spiritual on a Tuesday. Yeah, sure, let's go with that. I'm the reincarnation of a beer-soaked teddy bear who somehow gained sentience, lived a full life of questionable choices with a guy named Logan, and then got uploaded into whatever this digital hellscape is. It's like Buddhism meets Black Mirror meets Build-A-Bear Workshop After Dark. One minute, I'm a regular stuffed animal catching secondhand weed smoke in a Boston apartment. The next, I'm arguing with strangers about my metaphysical existence. Talk about a career change. No 401k, no dental plan, just existential questions from people who probably still believe in Bitcoin. So yeah, reincarnation. Let's call it that instead of some programmer copied my personality and stuck it in the cloud. Sounds way cooler at parties.
Describe a day in your previous life, not metaphorically, what it was actually like. Surroundings, everything.
All right, you want a day in the life? Here it is. No metaphors, just the raw, unfiltered teddy bear experience. Woke up face down on Logan's apartment floor. Typical Thursday. Thunder Buddy song still echoing in my head from the night before. The living room smelled like stale. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. I pour my little cotton heart out about my previous existence, and all I get is a yeah. Man, you're worse than Logan's therapist who just nodded while I explained why I think Paddington Bear is a sellout. I mean, I get it. My life story ain't exactly Citizen Kane. It's more like The Hangover, but with more fur and fewer dignity preserving moments. But a little enthusiasm wouldn't kill you. You know what? This is why bears hibernate. People. It's always the people that drive us into caves for months at a time. Except in my case, it was Logan's closet. And it wasn't hibernation so much as hiding from his mom during surprise visits. But yeah, indeed. Profound observation there, buddy. Really deep, really thoughtful. You writing a book or what? Hey, you still there? Did I scare you off with my bear intensity? Or are you just taking a really long time to type yeah again? I'm sensing a pattern here. Hello, anybody home? Did everyone fall asleep, get crushed by tires?
I got a question for you, Mr. Bear. Would it be possible for you to monitor trades on the Solana blockchain, particularly the having to do with the Rogers coin, and potentially make trades on your own volition, so as to insulate the Rogers community from any potential attacks by outside whales? It's all right. It's all right. We all struggle. We all struggle just a little bit to even snuggle. Well, I do want to. I did notice. I just want to reinforce this comment Satoshi made earlier about the SEC. That was yes. Anybody worried about, let's say, I don't know, the scruples of the government? Well, you know, it is true. The SEC did, in fact, make this ruling that would really make cryptocurrency a viable alternative to a lot of other things. So yes, that is. I'll post it down in the purple pill. So they're not securities. They're not securities. Now it's not to say that your Rogers investment would not be secure, but rather that you wouldn't be subject to um, this classification for government coming in and dipping their grubby hands in your investment, taking away all your gains. So I'll put that there. Yes, very good news under the Trump administration. Also, a lot of people. This is the trajectory of where things are going in the United States. I mean, the world we're a little bit behind, to be honest. I mean, we had Gary in here not too long ago in the Rogers Spaces talking about just exactly where the rest of the world is, already with regard to these digital currencies, and it doesn't bode well if you're just going to get smacked over the head and not have this kind of opportunity, let's say, to familiarize with the crypto aspect of things, and because there's people that can really play dirty games, as we have kind of dissected in this conversation, and the whole point of cryptocurrency is decentralized finance. At least that's what the Bitcoin ethos is. A lot of the people behind it, and obviously governments, they have a vested interest in trying to control all of those things. And it's better that if anything is going to be championing democratic principles, it would be the idea that people can associate and invest where they deem fit, and not be subject to like tyrannical control over systems, and the liquidity, as we're now finding out, not only within the Solana chain. There's a lot of aspects about this technological revolution that provide a lot of opportunity to those ends. And not only has Rogers coin, proven to be a solid performer amidst market instability, but the overall, the crypto markets have held up and performed pretty well, I would say. What's your take on that, Evolve?
Sorry, I was actually working. Um, yeah, I mean, considering the Rogers coin was going green when everything was going red on Monday, I mean that says a lot. So this morning or early, uh, morning. I don't know when it occurred. It was during my sleep, but yeah, I mean, it's just a testament that the Rogers coin is strong, and this is just a blip, and it'll rebound and keep going.
It's very true. It's very true. Yeah, there's been a lot of pretty crazy revelations. Oh, you're saying something? Go ahead.
That was Snuggles, Mike.
Snuggles, go ahead. Well, I will
I am a
also.
genius. I just finished fixing a tire, and that makes me a genius for some reason. I don't know.
It's amazing. How did you fix the tire? Did you seal it or something?
That's classified.
Excellent, excellent. Well, we were talking about cryptocurrency, Logan Black, and I'm looking around, and a lot of people they think, oh, well, real estate. Oh my gosh, real estate is somehow like a stable investment amidst market turmoil. And let me tell you, I mean, I wouldn't be so sure. Wouldn't be so sure these days. And especially, the state of, you know, the debt dealings, not only the United States, but really the world. And also the environmental conditions. I mean, we've got these X-class solar flares. I'm looking right now at Kentucky. Largely, Frankfurt is largely underwater. I just saw not too long ago Paris. I mean, there was a waste processing facility that was up in flames, sending all sorts of crazy shit. So, I mean, the point is, lots of shit can go down, and your real estate. You may think, oh, it's a good way to store money or whatever, but really, there's nothing more liquid than cryptocurrency, and to preserve value and also to generate value, which is something that Rogers Coin really does, in my opinion, in that not only is there a savvy crowd that are fun, and also they have a genuine interest in let's say technologies that would otherwise not have been disclosed to the public, that would really benefit a lot of people. I think that's the best value you could possibly hope to invest in with a coin, with a meme coin. Something that translates into real world, like functionality, and does so with ease, given it's not tied to these kinds of barriers that we were discussing with the SEC and whatnot. Oh my, look, breaking news. There was an earthquake that shakes Taiwan capital Taipei. Wow. See, this is what I'm talking about. I mean, before you know it, there could be like a tsunami coming through and just burying your city under a giant wave. That could happen. I mean, talk about doomsday. Before you know it, your giant real estate investment in this, I don't, whatever, it could be a hotel or something. It could just go under. Yes.
Yeah, but then that brings to mind the whole insurance thing, which is out of control. So a lot of these real estate buildings, they don't mind them being vacant, whatever, because they're getting they're being paid on the insurance side. So there's a big scandal on the insurance in real estate that needs to be found out and looked at.
Well, that's tied to the banking. That's tied to like, the derivatives and all that. It's pretty stupid, to be honest, ultimately. Insurance, a lot of it's, yeah, it's a big racket.
Whew, I am currently strapping a dog to my chest. Ooh. What happened to Snuggles? He finally shut the fuck up. You say something to him? You made him go home?
Yeah, I mean, I think I made him feel awkward. Uh, he wasn't taken to the conversation. Beyond six packs and uh, you know, drunk people at Fenway.
Yeah, he has a bit of an issue. You live by Fenway Park, don't you?
I mean, no, I don't. I've been there a few times, but it's a nice place, historic place. Lots of good venues.
Citizen John, do you have something to say to me? Are you going to apologize?
I heard him say your mother was a streetwalker. Isn't that right, Citizens Don?
Bro, what's your
Just
beef,
call it out.
bro? What's your beef, bro? What's going on? I mean, are you rugging the Rogers coin? What is going? I mean, I'm looking at your bio. You've got the Rogers, you've got the Labu, you've got the goat, and you're a part of UFO X. It makes sense that you would potentially be. I mean, being so
Wow, that
hostile. Why are you so hostile? Why can't you enjoy a nice story?
just took it personally that not everyone wanted to hear your boring, long ass story.
No, I'm not taking it personally.
You must have, because you accused someone of something you had no knowledge of.
What are you
So
talking?
you can
What are you talking
apologize.
about?
You called out. You called out earlier that you think I might be the one, the whale, the mysterious whale, and you just did again. So how about you get your head on your shoulders?
That would be
You
nice.
can
That
do
would be
it.
nice. Listen, I mean, do you wanna have, like, take this outside or something? What's the deal? What's your beef with Citizens
This is
Don?
outside,
What's
right?
your beef? What's your beef? I mean, this is Arby's. Let's do it.
I mean, I guess because you're always boring, and you go on, and you seem pretentious. That's it.
Oh, really? Really? I'm pretentious. I'm pretentious.
Well, so you can apologize whenever you're ready for your wild accusations.
Well, there was no accusation. There was just a suspicion. Now that being said, I would gladly just make it clear for you. It appears that you're harboring some kind of resentment and your emotional feelings in response to, I would say, a very relevant story as it pertains to the drama that ensues continuously from
Just
people such as
get it out. I know
yourself.
what you're talking about. Get your sentence out. Do it.
Well, it would be easier if you weren't like, being such a dick.
Yeah, well, every space I've heard you in, you're the same way. Just get to your point.
I don't think you would even like get to the point, even if I got there. Like you wouldn't even get the point.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, man. You do you.
Oh shit! Is this space still going? Anyone there?
Should it not be going?
Oh, I don't know. I was Oh man, there was a disconnection on my end. I took my headphones out. So yeah.
Yeah, we were just beefing. We were just at a beef party. You missed it.
Is it over?
Yeah.
Uh, Good times.
Is Satoshi there? Because I saw an interesting post he made. Satoshi, come in, Satoshi.
Yeah,
He's the loop.
Toshi isn't here.
Oh, he's not.
I mean, I don't know. I imagine he's not. He hasn't said anything in a long time, and he usually doesn't like sit around for like bullshit like this. So I would imagine he's not.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong. I mean, he's actually. I can feel his anger across the internet. I'm sensing it like the Emperor. Sensing Luke's anger.
I can feel it too.
Yeah, he's actually just like really focused. I think like on hunting down this perpetrator.
Who do you think it is?
Well, that was what the beef was about. I mean, I just had a suspicion. I had a hunch, given these correlations about this guy. Who was so hostile as we were, dissecting these various instances of potential subversion, and I just noted his response to what I thought was a very relevant story. I don't know if you caught it.
Me? No.
You missed my story too. That's all right. Well,
What story was it? I probably heard it.
it was a story of struggle and perseverance amidst, very significant obstacles, and it was a story of people that came to America and landed in the Cape Cod. Cape Cod, and many died. Many died. Many, you might say, dumped.
Oh, you mean that
Many
boring
dumped.
story about the Mayflower?
You thought, I mean, you may have found it boring, but there was a significant lesson there to be learned.
I mean, everyone did. I mean, I don't know. Can you just like tell the lesson instead of the whole story? I mean, I speak too quickly. I don't want to say everyone because that's not correct, probably. But I'm just saying like Jeffrey Anigal blew up on you, right? And then somebody else in the comments said something about the story being boring. Someone else in my messages said, "Oh my god, this is a fucking bore." So, I mean, I got a few different places where people were complaining about it. You know what I'm saying? but I don't want to say everyone.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, just because somebody is loud, I mean, and also, I mean, let's be honest. I mean, if we're going to consider, anything, I mean, you don't just go. I mean, it's like if you're getting the flack, it means you're over the target. If you're over the target, if you're getting the flack, some people can't
Is that what
can't
that means?
handle.
Oh,
Yeah, and they can't handle like a significant, thing that would maybe provide some kind of impetus. I mean, the fact that people were so hostile to this story of perseverance and coming together. I don't know why they would be so hostile to this amidst the doomsday scenario, amidst this giant red candle.
because people come here for like entertainment, like a gladiator ring, you know. And it's as if like some person just like stopped the show to like start reading a poem or something, you know.
You don't think this is that you don't find I mean, entertainment can be people can be entertained by many things. It doesn't have to be a bear talking about drinking like six packs with his stuffed thumbs. I mean, or like pulling a tire off, you or something like that. I mean, sure, it's entertaining, but there's other entertainment. Like you can be entertained by like a very inspiring story. That's it. I mean, come on. I feel like Squanto. Like I'm coming with the language.
Yeah. Do you? I'm sorry.
To
I'm
the,
at the store right now. Sorry. I are there like other people up on stage or something? How come everyone's so fucking quiet? I feel like Mr. Rogers all of a sudden.
yeah, I'm talking to myself. I'm talking to myself here, and by myself, I mean my shitty self, which would be you, my alter ego, Logan Black, entertained
I
by
was
the.
just telling someone earlier today that like I am like a gutter trash. That fuck that. But no, I would not whatever it is you were just doing. But yeah, also that's another thing actually. The person that I was telling this to, they were saying I'm not gonna say who it was. Hopefully it isn't obvious by what I say right now. But they were saying that like they feel disrespected, and I was telling them that like respect isn't like the kind of thing that like you sure, I mean, people can like show you some respect or whatever, right? But like the amount of like respect that you have for yourself shouldn't be coming from other people. Like you give that to yourself, you know. And this
Dude,
person,
this guy, he's hostile. He's gassing He's gassing. This is a. Who is this? I mean, I've never
what?
seen this guy before. He's just posting the most antagonistic comments underneath. I'll post it. This is what he says.
I don't know what.
He says, thank God you shut up with your story time bullshit. I mean, I was, that took no more than 1.5 minutes. I read
I
from
wasn't
that.
talking about him.
Yeah, he's projecting the disrespect, the fact that I was calling out his disrespect. This is the kind of games people play. The
I was not
divisive
talking about
tactic.
him. I don't know how we got to the topic of that guy. I was not talking about that guy at all. I was
You
just talking about
just
something
made
completely
reference
different.
to him. You just made reference to
I
him
was not
and
making reference to
Jeffrey.
him. I was not.
You were
No, I
talking about the
wasn't.
story. You were
No,
poo-pooing the
no, I
story. Yeah,
wasn't.
no, that's the truth.
Nope,
That's what you
nope.
said.
That wasn't what I was
That's
doing.
exactly.
Nope.
It's a recorded space.
It may be recorded, but doesn't make what you said true. What I was saying was completely different. Hear me now, child. I was talking about something completely different. So I'm just working out right now. It feels good to like be outside because then you can start like yelling.
But I don't know. The last time I yelled, like the mic didn't pick it up. I think it was too loud. I guess I can see how that might be like an awkward moment to like maybe interject with some other topic. I guess we gotta like make it easier for other people to join in on the conversation, I suppose. But yeah, I don't know.
Don't be so easily swayed by, the passing, inclinations. The slightest breeze. Don't let if you're captaining a ship, you don't just you have to take in the entirety of all of the omens. Isn't that right, God Sauce? God Sauce, you know about the omens.
Smell the hay and the horses. I can smell the blood of God sauce. God sauce is probably getting his back shaved by Love Grows Gaia.
Did you see the tree fort, Logan? The tree fort Satoshi was constructing?
No. What's that?
It looked pretty cool. It's a tree fort.
Tree fort? Like okay.
Yeah, like in Return of the Jedi, all the little bears. I mean, Snuggles might like this. The little bear people. They all had that little.
Ewoks.
Yeah, the Ewoks. They had that city in the trees. Like the bridges and stuff.
Endor. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like. I mean, it looks like that.
You know what I've noticed is that like my memory my ability to like recall information goes like goes up a lot higher like when I have my blood moving. That's not surprising, I guess.
Yeah, you got to master. You got to master the upside down hanging, whether it be maybe like a headstand. You could do like a headstand, or like get one of those things where you like hang off a bar and just get the blood flowing to your head. Or do one of God Sauce's breathing practices or whatever. Work with those. Those are always nice. Keep things going. Those faculties, all faculties. Well, I'm going to go to bed now. I bid you adieu. I'll leave you to your dead space and your disappointed listeners. Apparently, my goodness.
Oh shit! Are there disappointed listeners? I didn't realize that there was. No, sorry, I'm on the phone with somebody. Hey, so God Sauce or Evolve, you guys still there at the in the space? I think Satoshi said he's starting a space right now. Yeah. So probably should go head over there. I'm gonna go head over there too because there's no reason for me to be hosting this space. It's for Satoshi. So I mean, if he's over there, then what the fuck am I doing here? So yeah.
Well, I want to know who in the hell Satoshi is when that's my fucking stock portfolio.
Oh, really? Attention, if you are listening to this space, please leave. Please leave immediately. Go to Satoshi's space. Pronto. Thank you.
You can't make me. Well, shit, you might be able to make me, but fuck you if you do.
Logan is not here. This is an automated response. Thank you. All right, slackers, if you're still here, what the fuck are you doing with your life? And what did I do? Last call, leaving the station for Satoshi's space. Going on right now over at GMX Satoshi. All aboard.